Alright, so in today's video, we're going to be going through how to make a speed typing test in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You guys got to see the speed typing test demonstrated at the beginning of this video, and by the end of this two-part series, you guys are going to have the same thing fully functioning. And yeah, so we're going to jump right into it. In this first video, we're going to go over the HTML and CSS, and then in the second video, we're going to go through the JavaScript. The reason that I broke it up that way is because the JavaScript is a little bit involved, and I thought it would just be good to kind of decouple it from the markup itself and the styling. It might be in one video, or we might break it up into two parts. We'll have to see. It just depends on how long the JavaScript is, honestly. But yeah, without further ado, we can jump right into it. So first things that you're going to want to do is open up VS Code or your favorite editor. But remember that VS Code has a very helpful extension called Live Server that we're going to be using for this tutorial. So if you go into your extensions, you type in Live Server, not Live Server, Live Server here, and click here, and you install. You can go down here on the bottom right of your program. Or the IDLE here, and it says go live. Click that and you will see a live instance of the website pop up in your browser. And this is very valuable because now whenever we save changes within our editor, we are going to have our browser update automatically. And that's great because we can see changes reflected. We can make sure that there's no errors on the fly. So very valuable, and that's why I recommend using VS Code. Of course, there might be other functionality like this in your editor. Either way, the first thing we're going to do is just start by creating a couple of directories as well as our HTML sheet. So first, create our index.html, and then we're going to create three directories. One for our styles. We're going to create one for our scripts. Whoops, that should be the root directory here. Scripts. And then the last one for the assets, which is going to be the images. Now, the first thing that we're going to do after this is just bring our images into our project. So in the description below, you'll find the finished code as well as all the assets for this project. Just grab those and drag them into your assets directory. So now we have access to them. And the next thing we're going to do is just create our base script and our base style sheet because we're going to be using those when we set up our HTML sheet. So let's go into scripts, and we're going to set our entry point for our JavaScript, which is going to be called main.js. We're going to go into styles, and we are going to set our index.css. And lastly, we're going to go into index.html, and we're going to link it all up. So in VS Code, you can just type the exclamation and tab, and that will bring up an Emmet abbreviation. If you click on that or hit tab, you are going to have your boilerplate HTML, which is nice. It just has a body tag, a head tag, a couple of meta tags. And yeah, we can jump right into it. So for this tutorial, we're going to be using a Google font. So just browse over to Google Fonts and type in Montserrat, excuse me. And once you're here, just type get font. There'll be some type of blue button around here that says get font. Click on it. And then once you get to this page, or you click up here, hit the Git Embed Code, scroll down, and go to this where you see these links. We're going to copy these, drop them into our head element within our HTML sheet. And now we have our font connected. This is just Montserrat. It's variable, so we can use any font weight for Montserrat, which is going to be awesome. So the next thing we want to do is essentially just connect up our index.css and main.js. So let's jump down here. And the first thing is our CSS sheet. Type link, press tab, and we can set up our index.css. Just below this, we're going to set up our first script, or let's say the script that acts as the entry point for our application. So this script will import all the other scripts, but this is the one that will actually be linked to our application. In this case, there is no relationship. In this case, there is the type, and it's going to be module. And I'm not sure all the reasons that you have to use module, but I'm pretty sure module, when you put module, it automatically defers the loading of it so that the module will load after the entire HTML document loads. So we don't have to put the script tag at the base of the body or anything like that. There's a couple reasons though, but we want to add that. The source is going to be scripts and main.js. So now we've connected our style sheet, our main style sheet, our main script, and then the last thing we want to do is add our favicon or fav icon. And so in this case, the relationship is going to be icon. The type is going to be image/x icon. And the href is going to be in our assets, our favicon.png. So now if we jump over here, you can see that in our browser window, we have our keyboard logo up in our tab, and we can also set our title. So within our title element, let's call this tempo type. You can put a capital or lowercase for the second T. I had it like this originally. Perhaps you could have no space there if you want. I think I want to leave it like, I think I'll leave it like that for now. I'd say it looks okay like that. Or maybe I'll leave a space with no. That'll be good for now. Either way, set that. And now we're good to go with the head. We have our font linked up. We have our script, our style sheet, our favicon, and our title. So now let's just jump into our page, or our body rather. So first things first is we are going to set a body class. And that's going to be class body. And within that, we're going to create a div that will represent our page. So div.page will give us a div with the class page. And now we are going to jump into the CSS. So we're going to bounce back and forth here. I think it makes more sense to just be able to see what's going on by jumping back and forth. So we're going to create our class or our CSS style sheets while we make our classes within index.html. So here we're going to create our body style sheet. And you might not be familiar with the naming convention that we're using here, but it's called block element modifier. And essentially, if you just see something on the screen, a class name that doesn't have 2 underscores within it, let's just say for now, that essentially means that it's going to get its own style sheet. And that's how we logically break up the code into blocks, as they're called within the framework of BEM. And we're also going to make one for page based on that logic, right? So first things first, let's go into the body. Now the body itself is what is going to have our linear gradient. So first and foremost, we're going to set the min height to 100 viewport so that we don't have it extending beyond, or we don't have it shrinking below minimum height, because we don't want the gradient to be running up and then you would see the background of the web page. And we're going to set the background to, so we're going to set the background and the background gradient right here, as well as this filter property. Now this is going to be in the description below. This is something that I copied from a website that is used to generate gradients. So I don't recommend that you type this in, but I will scroll across if you do want to type this in. So there you can see that. And the background, so you can see our background setup. And then, as I said, just make sure to go in the description and get that. I don't think that you should allocate your time to typing that. And then lastly, we're going to make this as a flex container. So display flex will be default to the horizontal, right? So it's the flex direction is row in this case. Justify content is going to be center. So we're going to be centering our items horizontally. And our margin for this container is going to be 0 pixels. And also, I apologize if there's a little bit of background noise. I tried to get rid of some of the noise suppression on my mic because I thought it was kind of muddying it up. But you might catch a little bit of road noise or something like that, so I apologize in advance. But now that our body style sheet is set up, we want to jump into index.css, and this sheet is just going to function. Remember, this is just the entry point. So in index.html, we only want to link one of these. And what we're going to do is within this one sheet that we linked in our index.html, we're simply going to import all of our style sheets. So I think it's source, or maybe it's URL. And we're going to bring in body. Whoops. And while we're at it, we might as well do page as well. Right, so now you can see our lovely gradient shows up. And let's also do page while we're at it. But that's going to be the workflow, right? So we're going to create a style sheet. We're going to link it to index.css. Index.css is imported here. So then we don't have a bunch of link tags in our HTML, and we can kind of decouple the logic. So now let's jump into the page, which is the second class, or the child element of our body that we're going to be working on next here. So let's jump on over there. And for the page, we are going to have a flex basis of 1280 pixels. Now what this does is, this is a flex item, right? So our body is a flex container, and this is a flex item. Some of you may know this, but this is going to set a default width that the item attempts to be at. So it's a flex item, so it's going to flex, right, and behave as a flex item, but you can set a default width that you want the item to set as. So as an example, sometimes when I make pop-up modals for my websites, I like to set a flex basis so that the modal will be a default width, but if you shrink the screen, it will shrink accordingly. So it's very powerful, and just wanted to explain that for a second there. But now we can jump back into our index.html because we can carry on. Let's just make sure, right? We did import that into index.css. And so let's move on to what is contained within the page. So our page is going to be comprised of a header element, and let's just create these. We'll just create these for now, but we might not create the style sheets, but actually, yeah, we can create the style sheets too. Let's just set the framework so we can see what's going on here. So we're going to have header, and we're going to give it two classes, header and page header. We are going to have a main section, and I think our main section is going to have similar class names. Yeah, so it's going to have a main class as well as a page __ main. And lastly, it's going to have a footer. So just a normal semantic structuring for our application. Our footer is going to be quite sparse in this application. We're really going to be focused on the main section, but we're still going to set up some functionality both in the header as well as the footer. And in the footer class, we don't need to make it an element of the page. So in block element modifier, the CSS naming convention, essentially you have blocks, which you can see I have no underscores, and then you have elements. And these are elements of this block. So we have our page, and within our page, we have page header, we have page main. And then here you could also put it, we could just put it for the sake of consistency here, but it would be page footer. And so this is how you just logically group items. And so, you know, it's not a rule, obviously, but it's just a very productive or a very helpful naming convention and helps you organize your code better. So let's jump right into the header. Or actually, you know what? We'll take a moment to make these style sheets. We're not going to get into the main and footer, but we are going to get into the header right now. There's an ambulance going by. You may hear that, but let's make our header. Nice. Let's make our main. And we'll link these up as well. And lastly, let's make our footer. Jump into index.css and import these. And remember, if you're doing this in one of your personal projects, import order does matter, right? So these styles get imported first and they get applied first. And so sometimes import order is relevant, but I still recommend that you import them in a logical order, even if it's not relevant in the context of your project. So in this case, you can see that I'm going to import header, then main. I don't even know if I need the // which refers to the current directory if you do not know, but nonetheless, I'm going to add it for consistency's sake here. And lastly, footer. Awesome. So now that these are linked up, they're going to be applied to our HTML document. And now all we had to do is start adding our styles. So in this first part, we're going to be just working on for the last part of this first section, we're going to be working on the header. And within our header, we're going to have a navigation. So let's jump over to, actually, I think we can style our header. Let's see if we have any header styles. So we do have some header styles. They're brief, but we're going to be using our page header class. And we're going to be setting the margin of 30 pixels on top, 40 pixels on the right, 135 pixels on the bottom, and 40 pixels on the left. So that's how that shorthand syntax goes for margin, top, right, bottom, and left. And now we can even jump into, and probably would be productive to jump into the DOM tree real quick, or DevTools, so we can just see what's going on a little bit. So let's jump in here. Within our page, you can see here is our header element. Obviously, we can't see the whole thing here, but nonetheless, there it is. And I'm also going to bring up a finished copy of the program just so that we can reference it as needed. So here's a finished copy, and I just have it pulled up on a separate live server instance here. We'll be able to reference this as we go. So the header itself, and so the header here is going to contain all of these navigation components. It's going to contain the logo, the leaderboard, about links, as well as the settings icon and the login button. So let's jump into the header now. And so our header is going to consist of one element, and it's going to be a navigation component. So create a div, or rather not a div. In this case, it's going to be a navigation, and we're going to give it class nav. Now within this nav, we'll create our classes. We'll create our style sheet for nav in a second here. Let's just populate this item first here. we're going to have an image, or actually I think we're going to have two sections here. So we're going to have nav logo, which is going to consist of the name of the site as well as the logo itself. Now create an image, and this image is going to contain our keyboard within our logo, and we're going to call it nav image.nav __ keyboard, because it's the keyboard within our logo. And we're going to add the reference here, // assets and keyboard. Okay, there it is, hello. And for the alt, we can just put keyboard. And now next to this, we're going to have an h1, which is going to be the name of our site. And we're going to give it nav name as the class. And we're going to title this tempo type. I chose to do it in lowercase like this with no space. Obviously, you have creative freedom there. And now the second item in our nav is going to be essentially all these items on the right. So we're going to want to push these items apart. We're going to have the logo on the left and then all these other items on the right here. The about and the settings icons seem like they're pushed apart, but that's just because there's essentially a gap here between about and the settings icon that I put. But nonetheless, these items are forced apart and they're grouped logically as the logo on the left here, these two items, and then all of these items on the right. So let's jump into this second section within our navigation. And this is going to be our nav __ link section. So it's going to hold all of our links. And that includes our login button as well as our settings icon. So first we're going to set a p tag, and we're going to give it the class nav link as well as nav link leaderboard. And here we can put leaderboard. Copy this down with Control Alt in the down arrow. Whoops. Never mind, it is Alt Shift in the down arrow. Definitely a very helpful keybind for those of you who did not know about it. And in this one, we're just going to change this to nav link _ about, right? And this should actually be underscores between these. So we have this class that will apply to both of these, and then we have these individual classes that we can target these elements with. Now let's create two buttons. One of them is going to be a nav link and a nav settings. So this is going to be our gear icon that represents our settings. We're not going to put anything in the button. We're just going to have a background image for the settings icon. And second, we're going to have a button with the class nav link. And in this case, it's going to be nav login. And in this case, we are going to put login here. All right, awesome. So now that we've done this, we can jump into styling this, and that will wrap up the first section of this tutorial. So let's get into it. First things first, let's create our navigation style sheet. So nav.css. Let's jump into index.css and get this out of the way here. Nav. Awesome. And let's start checking out the styles here. So our nav is going to have a display of flex. Display flex. We're going to justify the content, and it's going to be space between. So remember, our navigation is grouped into two sets of things. We have this item, these two items here are our logo name and our logo icon. And then we have, or I guess our logo and then the name of our site, and that will function as our logo, if you will. And then the items on the right, leaderboard, about, settings, and login. So we're going to force them apart with space between, which essentially pushes the items in the edge of the container to the items in the container, the two furthest items in the container to the edges, and then distributes all the other items evenly within them, or within that the space that is available. Let's change our font weight to 500, so that would be medium, and let's set up our Montserrat. So font family is Montserrat. Got to make sure I typed that correctly. And it doesn't look like I did. All right, awesome. And for our fallback font, we're going to do sans serif. And if you don't know why you add a fallback font, it's essentially if it doesn't load in the browser for some reason. Sometimes fonts are not compatible with certain browsers, or there's some issue. So you always want to put a fallback font, and usually two of them. And lastly, our color is going to be white because we want all of our links and icons and stuff to be white. Awesome. So next thing is going to be our nav logo, which is the 2 items on the left here. And we're going to set display flex so they flex into a row because default flex direction is row here. Align items is going to be center, so that aligns them on the vertical axis in the case when flex direction is row. And lastly, our gap is going to be 10 pixels. So in this case, it's going to set a column and row gap. You can set them individually. If you do 0 pixels and then 10 pixels, this will be top and bottom gap or gap between items vertically and then gap between items horizontally. But then again, in our case, we can just set 10 and it won't cause an issue. And now we're going to set up the keyboard. And obviously you can see that our nav keyboard is a little too big at this point. So we're going to fix the height at 50 pixels. And we're going to set the margin to 0 pixels so that the alignment is not messed up. All right, awesome. Now let's get into our nav name, which represents the name of our site that's sitting adjacent to the keyboard itself. And we want to make sure that this also has the correct sizing, 30 pixels. And we'll set the margin to 0 on this as well. Awesome. Now we're going to jump into the nav link. And I apologize if I'm going a little bit too fast. I still have to feel out the speed of these videos and the tempo, so I apologize if you have to keep pausing, but I'll try and be conscious of that as we move forward here. So for our nav link, we're going to set a margin of 0 as well. You can see all of these items here are now pretty much adjacent to each other vertically. And we are going to set a transition of color for 0.25 seconds. And we're going to set ease in out as the timing function. This is just going to make it so that when we hover over these items, let's go over here. You can see when we hover over them, they have a nice smooth animation. And we're going to set something up similar for the button itself here, or the settings icon. But in that case, it's actually an image that we're transitioning to. So we're going to be using the background image as our transition. But we'll get to that in a second here. And now let's set up that hover state so we can actually see our beautiful transition in action. For this, we're going to be using essentially like a off black color. And in this case, we're going to have the alpha channel set at 0.7, so essentially the transparency. And we're going to set cursor to pointer so that when they hover over these elements, it actually looks like it indicates that they can click on it. There we go. Awesome. And now the next thing is going to be our nav link section. Nav link dash section. So this holds all of our links within it. All of these items on the right here that are stacked on top of one another. And we're going to set display flex to push them into a row. Awesome. We're going to align the item center so they're centered on the vertical axis. Awesome. Now you can see that they're aligned with our elements to the left here. Nice. Also, if you don't have this extension, I just downloaded it. I'm not sure what it is, but it is extremely helpful. It's very similar to what Figma has, where you can essentially see the distance between elements right on your page, just as you hover over them. So very valuable, very helpful for things like web design and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm not sure I think it's called measurements. It's called Measuremate. I highly recommend that, but that's besides the point. And let's jump down to our nav link leaderboard. Nav _ link dash leaderboard. And we're going to set the margin right to 40 pixels. So let's see how this shapes up here. Nav link leaderboard. Whoops, that's supposed to be an underscore. So now you can see our leaderboard is nicely pushed off of our about, and we're also going to do something similar for about. In this case, the about, we want to push it. If we look at our finished design here, you can see that leaderboard and about are together, and then there's a decent amount of distance between the settings icons. So for about, we're going to have a little bit more padding between the items, or the margin right rather, a little bit more margin, if you will. Margin right will be 90. So that should push it off. Awesome. So now you can see our about is very far off our settings. It doesn't look like settings yet, but it will in a second here. And now we're going to set up our settings. And our nav settings is going to have a width of 25 pixels. It's going to have a height of 25 pixels. It's going to have a border of none. The background color is going to be set to transparent to get rid of the button's background color here, the default background color. So you can't see it yet. We're going to add our image. So background image is going to be set to our settings icon that is not in the hover state. So background image. And here we're going to have URL. And let's jump into our assets directory. And in there, we're going to pull our settings. There it is. Awesome. And now we're going to set a series of transitions because we want to transition a couple things here. We want the, if we go back to our finished design, you can see it rotates, it changes color, right? So there's a couple transitions that are going on here, and we're going to set them up now. So first things first is the background image. We're going to be setting that to its hover state. And what we actually can do is we can use a shorthand property called all for transition. And this will allow us to essentially transition any property that can be transitioned. So in our other state here, the state that we're transitioning to, any property that is changed will be part of this transition here. So now if we jump down, when we go to nav settings hover, we target our hover state here, our hover state pseudo class, nav settings hover. We can change these properties. So let's set cursor. Actually, I think cursor is already set to pointer. Let's see. It is already set to pointer, which is nice. So we're going to transform. And we're going to set rotate here to 45 degrees. So that's going to turn it to the right a little bit. Let's see if we can see it. There it is. So nice. We're going to set the opacity to 0.7 because remember, we set the alpha channel on our other links to 0.7 when they were hovered over. So we use this color here. Let's go back up this color, but we also set it to 0.7, right? The alpha channel, which makes it a little bit more, transparent. It sets the opacity to 70%. So now let's set the background image to our hover state. So URL // so we can get in the parent directory, assets / settings hover. Awesome. So now if we hover over it, you can see it rotates. It gradually changes its background color and its opacity. So looks wonderful. We're almost done here. The nav folder here, CSS sheet rather, is quite big. So we have our login. With our login, it's going to have a width of 120 pixels. It's going to have a height of 38 pixels. It's going to have no border, a border radius of 10 pixels, a font family that we are going to inherit, as well as a, whoops, that was a long value that evaluated to, inherit rather. And our font weight is also going to be set to inherit. All right, awesome. So you can see our login button is definitely shaping up now. We're going to have to set the hover state. And so let's go transition. Whoops, transition. Again, we can use the all property here. 0.25 seconds for consistency's sake, and ease in out as our timing function here. Looks like we spelt this wrong. Wonderful. And let's set up our hover states, our hover pseudo class here on our nav login. We're going to set it to white. Nice. And we're going to change the background color. And again, we're going to be using that same color. Let's just jump up here and grab it. The same off black color. All right. All right, awesome. And now you can see that there's a issue with our margin here. So, and it looks like our nav settings we did not set the margin. So let's go back up to our nav settings real quick. Let's go to margin right and let's set 30 pixels. Awesome. So now you can see all of our hover states are set up nicely and our navigation is definitely shaping up. Our header looks like it is quite nice. Now, that's kind of interesting. Our keyboard looks like it's bigger than it otherwise would be here. So let's just make sure that we set that up similar to how we had it designed. The height is 50, the width is 45. Let's go back. So that's probably why. The width needs to be 45 pixels. All right. Awesome. So now it's definitely shaping up. You can see that we actually use capitals in leaderboard and about. That's your choice that you can make. I actually put them as lowercase originally, but yeah, so our navigation looks awesome. Let's jump back into index.html and just make sure we didn't miss any classes for the sake of this section. And it looks like that's not the case. I think we just have our nav sheet that we made. All right, let's jump over to index.html. We don't want to miss anything. And it looks like we're good to go. So that wraps up the header section. Next, we're going to be working on the main section, and the main section is going to be broken up into 3 components. And then lastly, we're going to finish up the footer. So I will see you guys then. All right, so for this next section, we're going to be implementing the first section of our main element here, or our main tag. So the first section is actually going to be a set of tiles. Let's jump over to our finished product. If we quickly finish up by typing in, we're going to get 0 words per minute here. You can see that we have 3 tiles: words per minute, accuracy, and the time taken. And they pop up once the individual stops, when they hit restart, or when they finish the typing, and then when they hit restart, they disappear. And so that's going to be what we implement in this section of the video. So let's get to it. This is going to be called our tile section. So let's make a section element, and we're going to give it a class of tiles. We're going to have 3 sections within main. So let's actually just make them real quick just to show you the structure of main. We're going to have a second section called text area, and this is what's going to have our this white box here that has our text within it. It's going to contain that, and it's also going to contain the input field. So I'm actually going to show you this in advance, just so you guys can see kind of how this is structured here. But if we go into our page and we go into main here and we go into our text area section, there's going to be something called an input element, and you can see the input element is actually way up here on the left of the screen, top left. And that input element is going to be listening for key down events. Okay, so not every element in JavaScript or in HTML can listen for key down events, but we need that because it's a speed typing test, of course. So we use the input to detect key down events, but we actually are just injecting letters into this div element. So this actually isn't an input or a text area field. It's simply a div with a bunch of words within it, and each word has a bunch of letters that are represented as spans. So that's going to be what we implement after our tile section, but let's just make our last section here. This is going to be our keyboard-area section. So that's going to be our main component. We're going to have our tiles up top, as we saw here. We're going to have our text area, and then we're going to have our keyboard, which is the keyboard is down here. Obviously, you can see it's responsive, and that's what we're going to implement third. So let's jump into our tiles, and let's begin by creating our CSS sheet, because we know we're going to need it. So let's create tiles.css. Again, let's jump into index.css. And let's link it. Now we're also going to take the step of creating tile, because tile is also going to be a class here. So let's create tile.css. And we're going to jump into index.css and import that as well. All right, awesome. Now let's jump back over into our index.html file and let's get to it. So within tiles, we're going to start off by creating 3 tiles, and we're going to give it the tile class. They're going to be represented as divs, and each div is going to have a tile heading, so a h2 element, and it's going to have a class tile heading. Awesome. And it's going to have a tile value. Now we're not going to, obviously these elements are not going to be visible on screen until the individual is done typing, but we want to put some dummy content in them just so we can see what's going on. And we are going to display them in the meantime, so we're not going to set their display to none. So let's just create this here. So this tile, let's actually give it a modifier class so we can target it directly in our CSS. And we're going to give it tile WPM here. Or actually, we're going to need to target in JavaScript here. So tiles, words per minute. And let's put words per minute. And in this case, let's just put, you can put whatever you want. I'm going to put 42. For our, and so now let's jump down here. Let's copy this down 2 times. So remember, Shift Alt and the down arrow key 2 times. Here we're going to use accuracy. or here we're going to put accuracy because this is going to represent our accuracy tile. So tiles accuracy, or tile underscore accuracy. And we're going to set this. And accuracy is going to be the amount of characters that they type correctly. So if they do 150 keystrokes and of that 50 of them were correct, then obviously that would be 33% accuracy. And so we can clear out our these other two tiles here, and we can set this. So accuracy we're going to put at, let's say, 87%. So 87% of their forward keystrokes, so not backspaces, were correct. Obviously a backspace can't be incorrect. And then lastly, we're going to have time here. So we have tile accuracy, tile words per minute, and then tile time. And you can put time remaining or time. I suppose I'll put time remaining for the sake, or not time remaining, rather time taken. So you can put time taken or just time. I'm just going to put time because I think it's kind of implicit what it means. And we'll put 52 seconds as our default value. So the classes that we have are, again, tile as well as tiles. Those are the main classes that we're going to be interacting with in our CSS. And so let's jump over to those and get right into it. First, we'll jump into tiles, and we'll start writing away. So our width is going to be 100%. We actually got to jump over here. Here we go. Our display is going to be flex. So now you can see our tiles are structured in a row, which is nice. Our justify content is going to be center, so we're going to move them to the center here. And our column gap is going to be set to 30 pixels. Now this is a different way to set the gap on the CSS Flexbox, but I think that this is a way that is actually not advised. I think that the correct way would be to set it with the property where you can set both at once. Or I'm not actually completely sure, but I think that in the future this might be deprecated. So either way, we can set column gap for the time being. And now let's set our tile. All right, so interesting. I actually represented this when I made the project. I actually represented the tile class directly inside my tiles sheet, which is not correct. So thankfully now we have it within its separate sheet. Let's make sure that it's connected. It is, so we can actually apply these directly in our tile sheet, which is the correct means of doing so. And we're going to set the flex basis to 280 pixels. Remember, that's the default width that we want them to be set at if they can fit that width. Our box sizing is going to be border box. Each tile is going to have a height of 60 pixels. Let's set the background color so that we can just see what's going on here. And what we're going to do is we're going to set it to white, but we're going to give it an opacity of 0.9. The reason we're going to do that is because we don't want it to be that harsh. So it's a little less harsh than straight white, if you will. And now let's set the border radius. And that's going to be 15 pixels. We will set the padding, which is going to be just going to help push our text off the walls of the div itself here. We're going to set 34 on top. We're going to set 30 on the right. We're going to set 34 on the bottom, and we're going to set 30 on the left. Awesome. The display is going to be flex. That's going to help us align our items that are within the tile here. And we're going to have we're going to align them center. So this is going to help them center vertically on the vertical axis, and we're also going to push them apart with our justify content space between property. Again, this helps push the items so that the first and last item in the container are going to be pushed against the walls, and all the items in between are going to be evenly distributed between them. Our font family is going to be Montserrat. Okay, nice. I spelled it right that time. Sans serif is going to be our fallback, and we're going to set our font weight to medium, which is going to be equivalent to 500. All right, awesome. Now I just want to make sure that the font size is correct. I think it is correct. I just think that we don't have enough screen width at this point to kind of show it off correctly here. But it should be, if I'm correct, it should be, definitely shouldn't be wrapping. So let me just check to make sure that we have set up all of our styles accordingly. Let's actually check our finished product here, and let's just type real quick just to make sure that there's no anomalies here. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like here we set our font size to, let's jump into DevTools real quick. Click here. So our font size is, so our tile heading, that's why, because we haven't actually manipulated the heading itself, which definitely is going to be important here. So that makes sense. So there's actually a couple other properties that we want to add, and these are going to help with our transition when they show up on screen. So remember, when the user resets or they finish typing, there's kind of a transition where they appear or disappear, respectively. And so we're going to set those properties here. First, let's set the visibility, and the visibility is going to be hidden. By default, we won't see them. Now I'm actually going to hide this. I'm actually going to comment this out for now because we want to see them while we build this. But once we get into the JavaScript, obviously we're going to want to uncomment that so that it applies. We're going to set the opacity to 0. Again, we're going to comment that out for now just so that our opacity is not 0. Our scale is going to be 0.9. And that's going to make it grow just slightly. So when it comes on screen, not only do they appear and kind of slide up from the bottom, but they also scale up a little bit in size, which kind of gives it a cool effect. Our transform is going to be translate Y here. And so this is going to push it down just a little bit. So 20 pixels down. So that means when they come into view, they're going to slide up. They're going to grow a little bit because of the scale. They're going to change their opacity to 1. So they're going to be visible. And then obviously our visibility property is also going to be set to visible. But that means that they're still in the DOM here. So they're still existing in the DOM. That's why they don't kind of push the other elements down when they come into view, because they're actually here. They're just hidden. So, and now our transition, we're going to call all, and we're going to put 0.25 seconds. Or 0.2 rather. That was the decision. And now let's go to tile visible. So this is going to be the class that is added to the tiles once the individual stops typing or they finish typing. Then we're going to have the tiles populate on screen. The visibility is going to be set to visible. The opacity is going to take on a value of 1. The scale is going to move back to its normal value, its default value, which is 1. And our transform is going to translate our Y value back to 0. So that's going to help bring it back into its correct alignment within the container that it sits within. So awesome. So let's jump over here, and now you can see there they are. Our tiles are there. We need to fix the tile headings as I was commenting on. Tile heading. We're going to target this now. And for our heading, we're going to set the font size to 16 pixels. We're going to get our font weight down to 600, which I think would be the equivalent of bold. And our margin is going to be 0. Just to make sure that these elements do not, when the screen shrinks, I think this will help get rid of some of that margin. And the margin on top and bottom, I think there's some default margin there as well. So that looks great. And now the last thing is we got to set the tile value to a bigger size here. So tile value, which represents the value that's next to words per minute, the value that's next to accuracy, and the value that's next to time here. And we're going to set the font size to 30 pixels. Awesome. So now our tiles are looking wonderful. If we get rid of these, if we uncomment these, you can see that, oh, it looks, these are not multi-line comments, so we can't do that. You can see they're gone. If we comment these out, there they are. You can even see the transition happening, right? Pretty neat. All right, awesome. So definitely comment those out in the meantime. And that wraps up the tile section. Let's jump over to index.html, just make sure that we don't have anything outstanding that we did not get to. And I think we're good. We did our text, we set up our heading, we set up our value, we set up each tile, we set up our tile and our tiles class respectively. And we should be good to go till next time. In the next one, we're going to be moving on to the second section of main, which is going to be the text area. So I will see you guys then. All right, so now we're going to be moving into our next section, which is going to be for our text area. And we had to jump back for a quick second, and we're going to have to do the main CSS. So we didn't set that up, and our tiles, you can see they're kind of pushed out towards the edge. We actually have to set our main CSS so that we can have the correct margin off the sides of the viewport here. So let's do that. Let's first get back to fixing main. We should have got this to this last time, but it's okay. We'll fix it. And we're going to target the page main class here. Set it to display flex. The flex direction is going to be column. So this is going to make it so that our tiles are text area. So here we go, tiles, text area. The tiles you can't see, but they're going to be on top of our text area, which is going to be on top of our keyboard. So that's what we're doing. We're setting flex direction to column here. We're going to align the items center. So this is going to center them on the vertical axis, right? Or they're going to center them horizontally, right? Because when you change the flex direction, it essentially swaps the way that align items and justify content work. They invert. So that's the effect it's going to have in this context with flex direction column. We're going to set the row gap to 30. So that's going to create a gap of 30 pixels between our tiles and our text area and the keyboard. And we're going to set the margin as such. We're going to do 0 pixels on top, 40 pixels on the right, 30 pixels on the bottom, 40 pixels on the left. Awesome. So now you can see that our tiles are in alignment with our title here, or closer now. They're not just kind of like splayed out across the screen. And so yeah, there it is. They should be equivalent. Let's see, it might come down to the text area as well that we have to manipulate before we see it all line up perfectly here, but we can just type this in. And you can see, so now everything in our final copy, everything's going to be lined up perfectly. It might have to do with the text area, but either way. Awesome. So now we can move into the next section. And the next section is going to be our, if I'm correct, it's going to be our text area section. So this is a very important section. This is the section that we're going to be manipulating almost exclusively in conjunction with the keyboard within JavaScript. So yeah, let's jump right into it. We're going to start off by creating a text area section. So this is, we already have it here. We have not made our corresponding style sheet, so let's make that. We're going to do camel case for this instead. So text area.css. Again, we'll jump right into index.css just to make sure we don't forget it here. Sometimes that'll happen, you'll forget it, and you'll be wondering why your styles aren't applying, and sometimes it's hard to figure out what happened there. And this is going to be text area. All right, and now let's jump right into the styles here. The text area, we'll target the text area class. It's going to have a width of 100%. The display is going to be set to flex. And we're going to justify our content center, which again is going to center stuff horizontally in this case. Now let's target the text area. Actually, we'll start off with just the text area because we want to fill out the markup first before we start targeting our classes. So let's go do that. So within our text area, we are going to create a input. So remember, so let's discuss this for a second once we get this down. So first let's get the markup. We're going to make an input. We're going to do text area input. We talked about this briefly, but I just want to go through it again because it's a very important point. So, and then we're going to have a div here, and this is going to act as a wrapper. We're going to say text dash area underscore wrapper. And we're going to say text area text. So now let's look at this for a second here. So the input itself, this is what's going to register our typing. So you can see it on our screen here. It's in the center. And it is one of the only elements within HTML that can actually register click events, or my bad, key down events. And I think it's the text area can also register key down events, and maybe there's a couple other things. But either way, we're going to use this so that when they type on the screen, when they type on their keyboard, it registers, and the input itself will register, but we're not going to inject the text into the input. So here you can see here that the browser does it for us. It's just putting the text right in here for us. There's a cursor and all that. We're going to register what they typed, check it against what we know should be typed here, and we're going to be injecting these letters and words directly into this text area in the form of divs and spans. So if I'm correct, I can just show you how it's going to be structured. We're essentially going to have words. So div dot, we're going to have a series of words, but we'll say div dot word. And within each word, we're going to have letters. So this could be like A, and then we could copy this down and let's say, let's just call act, or let's just say act here. So that's, there you go. So we're going to have a series of words and these are going to be copied down, right? And that's how we're going to inject it into this text area. Now we're not going to do it here. We're going to do it dynamically in JavaScript, as you probably have suspected, but that's what's going to happen. And we're just going to pull this input element off screen. So as in the final copy, I showed you guys this earlier, but let's go back to it. If we go here, we can look at the text area input and you can see it's hidden off screen in the top left. I just decided to put it position fixed, give it a z-index of -1 to push it below any other elements. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. So let's jump into our text area style sheet, and we're going to move on with these styles here. So first, let's target that input element, text-area __ input. We're going to set top and left to 0. So this is going to put it in the top left of the screen, but only if we set the positioning to fixed, because fixed allows us to essentially set the element's position with respects to the browser window itself or the viewport. So as an example, if we put top left here, this element is going to sit in the top left. Even if we scroll, it's going to sit here in the top left at 0, 0. And we're going to set z-index to -1. That's going to make sure that any other elements that are overlaid or any other elements that are here, they're going to go on top of it, which is advantageous. We don't want to accidentally click on it because we're not going to just go display none. The reason you can't set this to display none is because if you take it out of the document itself, then we cannot manipulate it in JavaScript, so we can't listen for keyed on events. So we do have to keep it on screen, but we just want to make sure that it's invisible. And if I'm correct, the same was true for visibility. So not only can we not do display none, cannot set display none, nor can we set visibility to hidden, because in both of these contexts, we cannot focus on the input element. And if we cannot focus on the input element, that means we cannot register the keys that they're typing. So in this case, we're left to just make the opacity 0. It's still there in the document, but it is off screen and it is essentially out of mind. And we shouldn't have any issues associated with us accidentally interacting with that element because the z-index is set, as well as there's no elements up there in the top left of the screen. And so we're going to set the padding for our text area text, which is going to be within here. You can see that this white container here, let's select it. You can see here that we have a padding of 25, so it's just pushing these words essentially off the walls of the container. So we're going to set the padding to 25 pixels. We're going to set the box sizing to border box. We're going to set the width to 100% and the height to 100%. Now lastly, we're going to target the text area wrapper. And actually, in the order in the CSS, it should go like this because this is a parent element of the element below. So just for keeping our CSS cleanly and logical, we're going to put it up here. We're going to set our text area wrapper to a flex basis of 900. So this is a child element, or a flex item rather. We're going to set our box sizing to border box. And we're going to set the background color to the same color that we set for our tiles, which is essentially just white with a little bit of opacity. Whoops. There we go. It's having a hard time getting it low there. We are going to set the border radius to 15 pixels. And we are going to set the transition to all. And we're going to set it as 2 seconds ease in out. All right. So now that we've done that, we want to, actually, let's change this to height. Actually, you know what? In the final application of this, in the final version of this project, the one that we're going to be using for the tutorial, we actually don't need this property because we're not going to be dynamically changing the height. Originally, what I wanted to do was inject the text and then have this element be essentially grow to the size of the text dynamically, so it'd be more smooth. but in the context of the project, we are not going to do that. So you can see that our tiles are not hugging the walls of this container, and obviously they should be equal here. So let's jump into our DevTools and just make sure that the properties are as we want them. All right, I figured out what happened. All that was occurring was that the scale was set to 0.9, and so if you get rid of scale, you will see that they scale back up to 1, and they fit correctly. Also, if you get rid of transform, you can see that they are 30 pixels off of the text area as we intended them to be. So I just didn't realize that these properties were applying, and that when we set our tiles to visible by adding this class within JavaScript, they will look the way that they do now. So that is fine, even though it looks like they're kind of pushed in right now, they will look okay with time. And we can actually get rid of them for now by getting rid of these properties here. So now we just have our text area, and we can continue on from there. So let's jump back over to text area, which I'm pretty sure is where we left off at. And I think that all of these properties are correct. I don't think there's anything else we need to change here. And so let's move on to the next section here. So our text area, let's see what else we have to do here. We have our text area wrapper. So we only had our text area CSS sheet, and that should wrap up the text area section. So now that we're done with that, we're almost done here. We just need to set up our keyboard area and then our footer, and we will get to that in the next section. So stay tuned for part 3 of our main section, which is going to be setting up our keyboard. All right, so let's jump right into our keyboard area section. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and we're going to give it a class keyboard. And this is going to represent our keyboard, and our keyboard is going to be represented by a series of rows. So we're going to have the top row that has QWE, then the row that starts with A, the row that starts with Z, and then our last row is going to be our spacebar. So let's create those. We're going to create these as divs, and they're going to be called keyboard row. So 2 underscores keyboard row, that's going to be the class. And let's copy this down. Remember, Shift Alt down, down, down. That's going to allow us to have 4 different rows. And now we can get into setting up our CSS style sheet. So jump over to styles and create your keyboard. Let's see if we added a keyboard area. I think we just added keyboard in this case. So keyboard.css. Go back to index.css, make sure we get this imported. Oh, wait a minute. Having a hard time typing here if you cannot tell. I think it's a little bit laggy. And let's type in keyboard. All right, nice. So we have our keyboard hooked up, and we can go back to this HTML. We need to add a couple things before we start getting into the styles. I just wanted to get that out of the way. And so for our first row, we're going to have this keyboard row encompass all the keys in the first row, but they're going to be represented by divs. And these divs are going to contain span. So I'm not going to type this out because it's going to be super slow and super boring for you guys to watch this. So I'm not actually going to type it, but I am going to just inject them in here. And then I'm going to tell you essentially the structure of it, so there's nothing that's lost in translation. So let's look at this closely. So here's a set of keys, right? So we have all these keys here. And all of these keys are represented by a div. And within that div, we have text. So in this case, we have Q. And so the div itself is going to have a background color, and it's going to center this text within the center of the key. So we can jump over here and check this out. You can see that the background is essentially the div. The inside span is this letter. And the reason that we're representing these text with a span is because then it's going to be a little bit easier to manipulate the text itself within JavaScript, because we're going to want to be able to target exactly this letter itself right here. And you'll also notice that the div itself has an ID, which we're also going to be using in JavaScript. So make sure to add the ID that is corresponding to the key that is within the span itself. And so for this first row, we start with Q, which is in the top left of the keyboard. Obviously, it goes down to the right bracket, which we can see in our final product here. And yeah, so I would recommend that you go into the code in the description and just copy this over. I don't think it's productive for you to type it unless you think it has some type of impact on your learning. Then maybe you could go through the process of typing it if you think it might help you understand a little better. But nonetheless, I'm going to copy it down. I recommend just, like I said, going and copying that. And the last row I will type out with you. So we have all these letters. Here's the last row here, or second to last row rather, Z2//. But the last row we can type together because it's going to be a little bit different, and it is simply our spacebar. So it's going to be much easier to implement here. So it's going to be a div. We're going to give it the class key, right? All of these keys have a class key. But in this case, we're going to give it a special class key space because we're going to have to treat it a little bit differently than the other ones in terms of sizing. And type space. And within space, we're also going to have the same span structure. And this is going to have key text. And we're going to type space. Now we also have to add our ID. In this case, we're not going to set it to the space symbol, as in like the blank symbol. Like as an example, we're not going to set the ID to this. Let's see, this. I don't think this is even a valid ID. I'm not sure if you can target elements like that in JavaScript like that. But either way, we're going to make it more explicit by calling it space here. All right, awesome. So now we have all of our keys here. Clearly, we're going to have to structure them the way that they look here. And it's going to be a series of rows here. But yeah, let's jump right into styling our stuff. So again, we just have our keyboard CSS sheet. And let's get into the styles. We actually have a keyboard sheet and we also have a key sheet. So we'll set that up right after we get done with these styles. We're going to set display flex. We're going to set the flex direction to column. We're going to call align items, and we're going to call put the value of center and our row gap. This is going to be the gap between each row of our keyboard. And we'll look at the finished copy real quick. So you can see that between each row we have 6 pixels of space. And we're displaying flex column, and the reason we want to do that is because we want each row to sit on top of each other. So this top row will sit on top of this second row, etc. And we're going to call align items center. That's just going to center them horizontally, or my bad. Yeah, vertically actually, or no, horizontally. Yeah, because align items is going to apply on the vertical axis in this case, so it's going to be horizontally. Now we're going to have to do some magic with the keys. So we have our keyboard, and let's jump over to our key class. So we're going to create the corresponding style sheet, import this into our index.css. And let's start working on the styles here. So not too many for the keys, should be pretty straightforward. We have a width of 40 pixels. We have a height of 40 pixels. We have a background color, which is going to essentially be that, it's going to be white, but it's going to be a little bit more faded than it was for the keyboard and the tiles. So if we look actually at our finished product, you can see that the keys themselves, if they're not being pressed, they have a more opaque or transparent appearance to them. And that's why our alpha channel is set down to 0.6. We're going to set the border radius to 8 pixels. There you go. We are going to set the display to flex. We're going to set justify content to center. We're going to set align items to center. And we're going to set the font family to Montserrat, as you'd expect. Montserrat. And we can set a fallback as well as sans serif, as we've done for our other elements. Our font weight is going to be medium, or 500. And our transition is going to be all 0.1 seconds ease in, out. Or actually, we're going to choose ease out. For the keys, we actually chose ease out. Awesome. So now let's go to key space. So this is remember we have to manipulate the space key separately just because it needs to be wider, of course. We need to set the justify, or my bad, we need to move on to key correct. So for key correct, this is going to be when they type correctly. So when they type correctly, we want to, for just a moment, we want to set the background color to the off black color that we've been using. In this case, the alpha channel is 0.6, so make sure to drop that. I think for the other ones we were using 0.8 or 0.7. Our color is going to be white. And our transform is going to be a scale of 0.9. So what that's going to do is when they press a key, it's just going to shrink the key a little bit, so it almost looks like it looks like they're really pressing it down, right? Or it gives that effect. So that should get us pretty far. I'm not actually completely sure why our elements are not sitting in their rows correctly here. Let me just check real quick. So let's go back to our keyboard just to make sure. Jump back over to keyboard. So here we go. So we didn't target keyboard row. So we need to go to keyboard row. That makes sense. And for each row, this should be flexing the items along the horizontal axis. So this will actually make our keyboard come to life right here. Wonderful. And for these items that are being flexed along the horizontal axis, all of our keys, that is, we want to set the column gap to 6 pixels. So our row gap and our column gap is equivalent in this. So the keys are the same distance apart as they are the rows are apart. And you can see that I accidentally copied the second row twice. That's definitely not going to work. So let's copy down the correct third row, or the correct second row rather. That is definitely not going to do it. All right, there we go. So now it's looking a lot better. And so now you can see our design's really shaping up. We have our text area. If we go back to our tiles, let's just jump back over there real quick. We get rid of the visibility and opacity properties. Obviously, they're not in the correct places, like I said, because the scale property, I can get rid of both of those as well, actually. So you can see everything is shaping up pretty nicely. We have pretty much all the main components wireframed, and I'm actually going to leave these styles commented out just so that we can see it as we go here. And now the last thing we have to do is set up the reset functionality, which is actually going to be within the footer. So we will get to that in the next part. Let me just check real quick that we didn't miss anything. I think we targeted everything we need to. We got the key class, we got keyboard, and yeah, we're well on our way. So I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so now all we have to do is finish up the footer, which should be rather straightforward. As you can see, the footer here is limited in scope. So, or I guess this isn't the filled out footer, but this is essentially the filled out footer. So let's get right into it. All we're going to be adding is a button. And the button is going to take on a class of reset and footer reset. So this is going to be our reset button here that you see at the bottom below our keyboard. And when we click it, you can see it regenerates the text, resets the tiles when the application is actually in production. And yeah, so that's going to be important. We're going to add a background image to this, so we don't actually have to add anything to the button itself. And yeah, so let's jump in and start creating these files. I think we already have our footer set up. Let's just make sure it's connected. I think we went through the process of doing so. Nice. So now we can go right into the footer and start setting our styles. So our footer, we're going to give it a margin of 0 pixels on top, 0 pixels on the right side, 30 pixels, 30 pixels on the bottom, and then 0 pixels on the left side. Awesome. And so you can see our reset down here. It's this little button that's at the edge of the screen here. And we're going to manipulate that now. After we get done, first we need to set the display to flex, and we're going to push that reset button to the center of the screen. And the way that we're going to do that, when we're flexing along the row axis, we can center items with justify content center. So now you can see our soon-to-be reset is just below our space bar, which is exactly where we want it. So now let's jump into making our reset CSS sheet. So we're going to go reset.css. Nice. Let's jump into index.css and let's do at import, and let's add our reset. Awesome. So now let's jump into reset and let's start applying our styles here. And if I'm correct, this might be it's one of our last CSS style sheets that we have to add, which is wonderful. Where is our reset class here? So for our reset, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a animation, and that's going to make it so that, let's go back to our finished copy. You can see that when we click it, it rotates, right? So there's a hover, but then there's also an animation when we click it. Now to do that, what we actually have to do is apply the animation within JavaScript when they click on it. So we're not going to apply this within CSS necessarily, but we are going to apply in JavaScript when we detect key down events or click events on the reset icon. So we're going to call this keyframe, or this animation rotate. I wrote keyboard, keyframe rather. And we're going to set it at 0%. So 0% into the animation. We're going to have a transform, and it's going to be of rotate. And we're going to set it to 0 degrees. And at 100%, we're going to set transform rotate 360 degrees. So essentially make it do a circle or do a loop. Now let's target our reset item directly. We're going to set its width and height to 25 pixels. Whoops, that's not pixels, that's X. We're going to set the background color to transparent to get rid of the default button style. Jump back over to our example so you can see there's no default button style here, or no background button style. Let's go to border, set it to none. And now we can add our image. So background image, we're going to give it a URL, assets, and restart. Awesome. So there it is. And the opacity is going to be set to 0.9, so it's consistent with some of our other white elements on screen. We don't want those to be too piercing to the eye. We want to just give them a nice faded look to them. Or not such a harsh lines, if you will. I cannot type opacity, if you cannot tell, 0.9. And that should do it for our reset. Now let's jump down to our hover state, or our hover pseudo class here. And for this, we're going to be changing our background image to our hover state. So /assets/restart hover, right? So now if we hover, you can see it's definitely very jarring, but that's why, actually I missed one thing. Our transition, we need to set up a transition for our reset so that that hover state doesn't look so painful to the eyes. So we're transitioning background image. We're going to set 0.25 seconds. And we're going to set ease in. Awesome. Now let's go to reset active, and this is going to be when they actually click on the button. And in this case, we're just going to set the opacity to 0.7. So active means, as I stated, when they're clicking on the button or they're activating it. And lastly, reset animation. So this is not going to be a class that we apply directly within our HTML, but this is what we're going to apply within JavaScript when we want it to rotate. So if they try and reset the speed typing test, then we're going to apply this, and then we're going to just remove this animation, or this class rather, once the animation has completed. And there's a way to detect that. We're also going to set forwards. The reason you set forwards is because once it rotates, we want it to stay, we don't want it to revert back to its original state. So we don't want it to go from 0 degrees to 360 degrees and then back to 0, or alternate back and forth, or, there's a couple different properties you can use for the, I forgot they call this animation direction, but forwards is what we want, which essentially means once the animation is done, we want the item to stay in the state that it ends at. So awesome. I think that's going to be good for all that we need to apply in this case. Let's just make sure we didn't miss any styles. Our hover works fine. You can see our hover is working a lot better now. And I think we should be good to go there. The next step is going to be creating a couple template elements. If you don't know what they are, I will explain them in the next section, but it should be rather straightforward. All right, so to finish up this first part of the project where we're working on the HTML and the CSS, we're going to set up our template elements. And as we make these, once we make them, I'm going to explain what a template element is once we make all three of them. So let's start off by creating our templates. So the first one is going to be a word-template, so template.word template. And I just realized it's actually an ID that we're setting here. So it's going to be ID of word template. And within this, we're going to say div.word. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to grab this and I'm going to copy it down twice, just so that I can manipulate them a little bit easier. Again, that's Shift Alt and down key if you want to, or down arrow if you want to be able to do that a little bit more efficiently. The second one is going to be a letter template. And we're going to give this one a class of letter. And the last one is going to be our cursor template, cursor-template. Okay, so we have word template, letter template, and cursor template. And this one is going to have a class of letter cursor. Letter__cursor. Cool. Nice. And so essentially what template elements are, we're going to make the CSS sheets in a second, but template elements, they don't render within the DOM. So these are not going to be present in our DOM immediately. What we can do though is, let's imagine that we had some sophisticated hierarchy of elements that we wanted to make here. So like, let's say we had span and these were letters. So let's say letter. And again, we have A. And let's just call, let's say ab. And whatever, stract, we'll just do that. So abstract, so let's say we have a word and it has a series of letters in it. And then let's say, who knows, within one of these letters, we have like a nested span for something. Maybe we want to color this letter specific color or something. And we'll say, color, or let's say class equals red. And let's just say that this is stract, right? So we have this nested structure within our template element. So instead of having to go into JavaScript and to do document.create element and create a div and then create all of these spans, and then create all the nested structure, we would have to append this inside this. We'd have to append all of these inside of our word, and it would be very difficult and it would be extremely messy. So instead, what we can use is these template elements. And template, you can clone them. So we can go in JavaScript and say we want to clone this node, which template represents this node, and we want to clone all of its contents. Then all we have to do is set the content that we want. So we could target each span here, and we can set the content that we want within it. So typically, you're not going to have anything in here. Right? You're just going to have a template like this and it's going to have no content. And then we don't have to actually create these elements, or we don't have to append them within one another. They're already going to be created and they're going to have the structure that we want. All we're going to have to do is inject the content that we want. As an example, letters. Now in our case, it's quite simple, so you can't really see the utility of it, but this is really powerful when you have things like modals. Like if you created a pop-up modal in your website, then you can make the entire modal within a template, and then you could instantiate it whenever you need it. Or you could create modals of different types and put them in here, and it would just be way, way, way easier than creating all of that markup within your JavaScript by create element. So hopefully that makes sense why it's valuable, but yeah, we're going to see how we manipulate them in JavaScript, and then it should become more clear. But nonetheless, we can start making our classes or our style sheets. So we're just going to have two here, word and letter. So let's create those. Word.css. And letter.css. Nice. So let's go into our index.html and let's make sure that those are linked up. All right, awesome. So now that we have those linked up, we can go right into those files. Let's go to Word. And so each one of our words, I'm also going to explain what these classes represent. So why are we actually making these templates? What elements are we going to be cloning? And so I'll explain that in a second once we get back to the DOM. But for our display, we're going to have inline block for our word because we want each word to be, let's look here, each word is a div. So in this text area, you can see that this word here is a div. And let's actually pull up DevTools just so that it's a little bit more clear. So each word here, let's hover over one. Each word is a div, and each letter is a span within the div. Does that make sense? And each word has a space after it. And the reason we do that is so that there's space between each word. So we need to set the display to inline block here so that these are block level elements so we can manipulate them in terms of their margin and padding, but at the same time they are inline, so they're not divs one on another, because that's what block level elements do. And so I just wanted to show you that's the general structure. We have words and then they're filled with letters. I know I explained that a little bit when we were going through the markup of the text area section, but I just wanted to show you guys that in the DOM so it was a little bit more clear. Now our word is going to have a margin of 6 pixels on top and bottom, as well as 0 pixels on left and right. Our font family is going to be Montserrat, and our fallback is going to be sans serif, and our font weight is going to be 500. All right, and we're not going to be able to see them because we're not going to be injecting the words here, right? We're going to be injecting these words in JavaScript on the fly, so we're not going to see them until we actually get over there and work on the JavaScript. But in the meantime, I hope that explanation helped you guys kind of have a frame of what's to come here. And now we're going to set up letter. So letter, when we create, so this is also a very important point, is we're going to create a cursor pulse animation. And I'll also explain this in a second here. But long story short, it's going to make it so that if you go over here, you can see that we have a cursor and it's pulsing, but this is not a cursor from the browser, right? This is a cursor that we actually are going to create dynamically. So at 0%, we're going to have an opacity of 100%. So it's going to be completely in view. At 50%, our opacity is going to drop down to 25%. And at 100%, our opacity is going to go to 100%. Awesome. Now we are going to target our letter class. We're going to set our font size to inherit. We are going to set display to inline block. We're going to set box sizing to border box. Our color is going to be the same light or off shade of black, but it's going to have a lower alpha channel this time, so it's going to be even more transparent. Alpha of 0.45. I'm pretty sure that's the alpha channel. And I think that's what the A references, the alpha channel, and obviously that has to do with the essentially the opacity of the element itself, or the character in question. In this case, it's the letters and the keys. Or not the letters and the keys, rather, it's the letters that are on screen here. So you can see that these letters, before they have a state of correct or incorrect, which is blue or black, they have this kind of like light gray color. It's actually black as we see here, but with low opacity. Our position is going to be relative, and our white space is going to be pre. All right, awesome. So now that we have done that, we need to set our letter correct and letter incorrect. So again, if you look at the right, if you look on the right here, you can see that when a letter is typed correctly, it's in black, right? And when a letter is typed incorrectly, it's in blue. So we need to set those classes accordingly. And then within JavaScript, when we detect a correct or incorrect press, we're going to account for that accordingly. So our letter correct is going to be a color of essentially the color that we have above. In this case, we're going to be specifying it in hex, and it's going to have no opacity to it, or it's going to have no transparency to it. It's going to be this color just as it is. And now we're going to have letter incorrect. Nice. And here we are going to set the color to this shade of blue. This is actually pretty sure this is the darkest shade of blue that is on screen in terms of, if you look at the background linear gradient, it goes from a light shade of blue or like a teal blue to a dark blue. And so this is actually that dark blue color. And then lastly, the letter cursor. So this is going to be a little bit more nuanced, and this is where I'm going to explain what's actually going on with the cursor animation that we defined above. So we're going to set position to absolute. And I'll explain this in a second because this is going to be, you might get lost here and wonder what's going on with what we're specifying here. Our height is going to be 100%. Our width is going to be 2 pixels. Our background color is going to be the same off-white black color, except the alpha channel is going to be at set 0.7. Animation is going to be cursor pulse, 1 second, ease in out. It's going to go on for infinity, and it's going to go forwards. So it's going to continue on, and once it's in its final state, it's not going to revert what happened within the animation. So the letter cursor itself, if we go back to our index.html, you can see we have the letter, and then we have a letter cursor down here. The letter cursor is actually going to be injected within the letter itself here. And the reason that we're going to do that is because the cursor is actually positioned relative to the parent element. In this case, the parent element is the letter and the child element is the letter cursor. So in this case, on screen, you can see that we have the letter R. So let's type a little bit. So here we have the letter U. U is the next letter that we're going to be typing. The cursor is actually positioned to the left side of U. And to be specific, let's go back into our letter so we can examine this a little closer. We can see that the cursor, which within JavaScript is appended as a child to U, right? Appended as a child of that letter, it is positioned absolutely to that element. So the position of U is relative. The position of the letter is going to be absolute. We're going to set it to top is 0. So it's going to be at the top of what U is, the height of U, if you will. It's going to be 2 pixels to the left of U, which means essentially the left side of U. Let's go 2 pixels to the left of that. The height is going to be 100%, which means it's going to span the entire height of U. And the width is 2 pixels. So you can see our cursor is 2 pixels wide. And then lastly, we set the background color and the animation. So now you can see on screen for our finished product how that works. And so now when we type, we're essentially just getting our cursor and we're moving it to the next letter. That's all we're doing. So each time the cursor is positioned relative. So in this case, the cursor is actually positioned relative to a space. So hopefully that makes sense. It's a little tricky, but we're going to be continually popping the letter cursor out of the current element and putting it into the next element or alongside, appending it within the next element, and then it's going to be positioned relative to that letter. So hopefully that makes sense, but it's going to be a little tricky, but in JavaScript, I promise it'll all come together and make sense. And so that might be it. If we go down, we can check our index.html, but if I'm correct, that is it. We have our templates. We created our word and letter class. We have all these style sheets. And I think the last thing to do is to set up the JavaScript. So you can see on the right, we have a beautiful template going here. We have wireframed our entire website. Again, you can go into tiles and you want to make sure that you get rid of these classes or these comments so that they are not interfering. Get rid of these. But yeah, we are good to go.
All right, so we have successfully completed the markup as well as the styles. And now we can get into the fun stuff, which is the JavaScript. So again, make sure you guys have live server running so we can see our copy in the browser of the application. And then of course here I have a second copy. This is the finished version, so we can look at it and refer to it as needed. But yeah, so first things first, I think it is best that we just create all the scripts and then we can go through and start building them out. So jump into your scripts directory and first create a constants file. Then we're going to create a input file. This is going to be a class, so start it with a capital I. Then we're going to create a key. Again, this is also going to be represented as a class. So we're going to put it as a capital. We're going to have keyboard. So create a keyboard file. Again, this is also going to be a class, so represent it as a capital. We're going to create a letter class as well. Now, this might seem overwhelming, but we're going to go through each of these one by one. So don't get overwhelmed by the amount of scripts we're making. Just make them and we'll get into them in due time. Create a reset, which is going to represent the reset icon down at the bottom here. And lastly, we need to create actually two more. We're going to have a tile.js, which is going to represent our tiles. And we're going to have a word.js, which is going to represent our words. And so now let's jump into building out our constants file. So jump over into constants. Now constants is simply going to hold all of the constants for our application. And we're also going to pull in our items from we're going to pull in the DOM nodes from our index.html into JavaScript. So first and foremost, let's pull down our words per minute tile. So make a constant, set it as a words per minute tile. We're going to select from the document with query selector the tile underscore words per minute. And this is why those classes were important, these classes that distinguish each tile. And query selector, you can select by class. So you have to prefix the class name with a dot here. And we're going to copy this down twice because we're going to get all three tiles. So second, we're going to have the accuracy tile. And lastly, we're going to have the time tile. Nice. And we can do this tile underscore accuracy. Tile underscore time dash. So actually it should not be time dash remaining. It should be just time. There we go. Tile dash time. Let me check in the markup just to make sure I'm not going crazy here. Where is it at? Tile underscore time. Nice. Jump back into here. Okay. So now we have selected our three tiles. Now we're going to get our text area item. So if we go back in here, you'll remember that we created our text area, and this is going to be the really important section that we're going to be manipulating most in JavaScript. So let's jump into our constants and let's get the text area input. And this is not going to be the most interesting part of the video here. Obviously, we're just selecting all of our items, but once we get this done, we're going to be able to manipulate everything, and we're not going to have to worry about importing it into the individual files. We'll have it all accessible by exporting it through our constants file. So it's just something we got to get out of the way. So here we're going to have our text area input, which is going to be the item that we inject. Or my bad, this is the input itself is going to be what detects the key down events that we use to essentially validate that they're typing the correct keys. So here, the input is not, as we discussed, it's not actually this white box, but nonetheless, it's going to be responsible for detecting those key down events. So very important. Next, we're going to get the text area text. I'm going to just copy this down here. And this one, all we're going to change is text here. And copy it down one more time. And now we're going to get the text area overlay. And I actually don't think in the copy that we're making in this video, we need the text area overlay. I might stand corrected, but I think that we should be good with just those items there. Now let's grab our reset button. So call reset button, document.query selector, and pull through reset. So again, this is this icon here that allows us to reset the text. Now let's grab our keys. This is going to be very important for animating our keyboard. And whoops, we're going to need query selector all, right? So this is going to return an array-like item. It's not an array in that it doesn't have all of the properties of a normal array, but it's going to select all of our keys, and we're going to be able to manipulate them as we need within our the respective classes. I think in the keyboard classes when we're going to be manipulating these. And then we're going to pull through Word. So document.query selector hashtag word template dot content. So this might be new to you guys. It's kind of an interesting way to grab an item here, but we're grabbing it using the hash symbol. So we're getting its ID and then we're getting its content. And then with this word here, we can essentially call, so once we query select this item, we get its content, then we can query selector whatever's within this. So as an example, let's go back to our index.html. Here we have the word template. We can query selector word from within the word template. So let's go back. query selector, and then we can target word here. And then once we target word, we can do clone node and then true. Now what this is going to do is it's going to clone word. So let's go back. It's going to clone word and then anything that's within it. So if we had any type of nested HTML tags within here, it would all get copied. And so now we don't need to do all this. We're just going to grab this and we're going to do the cloning in a separate file, but nonetheless, it's a little bit different. So I just wanted to explain kind of what that looks like. Next, we're going to make our valid input keys. Now this is going to be important because essentially when the individual types, we want to make sure that the key that they pressed is valid, and we're going to check for that. And then obviously if the key is invalid, we're going to make sure that the input does not go through and no key is fired. Next, we're going to have our ignored keys. So ignored keys. And these are going to be shift. And we're going to put them in an array here. You could put them in a string, but in this case, I thought it would make more sense to put it in an array. And caps lock. So essentially, if an individual presses the shift key or the caps lock key, we don't want that to trigger, we don't want that to be a valid key that goes through. Because obviously, if they typed the shift key, as an example right now, you can see that we have the word when. We don't want it so that when they press shift, it goes to H and it says that they typed W incorrectly, right? So we want to make sure that those keys are ignored. Those key down events are ignored. Now let's go to punctuation. Punctuation or space. Now this is going to be important for checking things like at the end of our application, when we're checking the amount of words they got correct, we're going to want to ignore these items. So not only are we going to want to trim the extra space that's on each word, we're also going to make sure that we ignore a comma. So as an example, if they type state correct, right here in flow state, they type state correct, but they type the comma after it incorrect, we still want to count state as correct. And so we want to be able to trim off any punctuations or spaces once we get done, once the speed typing test is completed and they get to the last word. And this is going to help us do that. And now lastly, paragraphs. So now this is something that you guys definitely are not going to want to type. These are just paragraphs from ChatGPT, so you guys are welcome to add any ones you want. Typically what I'll do is I'll say, give me a paragraph that is 40 words or 50 words and only use the 2,000 or 3,000 most common English words. And that makes it so that it's a little bit easier. You could make it harder, I guess, and say use harder words, but I think that using the first 2,000 or 3,000 English words makes it so that it's a little more enjoyable and it doesn't get a little crazy. Because sometimes ChatGPT starts to talk like it's Shakespeare. So. And next, we're going to create our get random paragraph function. So this is going to be important. Each time the individual hits reset, let's go to the right and hit reset, you can see that it selects a new paragraph. Now, the way that I set it up, I just wanted it to be simple. So it can select the same paragraph twice in a row, which obviously isn't the best from a user experience perspective, but you can obviously change that. So let's see if we can get it to happen. So it's not happening. There it is. So I hit reset and it gave us the same sentence. So you can obviously guard against this within the input class that we're going to develop. But for now, we're just going to set it up so that it's, for the sake of the tutorial, I think it's fine to just set it up in this manner. So for here, we just want to select math.floor. If you guys don't know, this is essentially the way that you select a random element within an array in JavaScript. So call math.random, which is going to give us a value between 0 and 1. We're going to multiply that by paragraphs.length. And then lastly, what we're going to do is, so essentially we have our paragraphs. We want to get a random paragraph. So we make sure it's an integer by calling math.floor. We call math.random, which gives us a value between 0 and 1. Multiply that by the paragraph length. That's going to give us a random value within the paragraphs array, or a random index within the paragraphs array. Obviously, this is going to return a paragraph. And then what we want to do is once we get the paragraph, we want to split based on spaces. So now what we actually return when we make this call to get random paragraph is going to be a series of words that have no spaces. And it's going to be in an array. And so within our input class, we're going to be calling this every time they hit reset. We're obviously going to be calling that and then injecting that paragraph into our text area accordingly. Now all we need to do is export everything. I'm not actually going to type this just because it would definitely be very boring. So just type these in. I'm going to copy them over real quick. I'm pretty sure I more or less copied everything here. The overlay you're not going to need. The ignored keys, did I spell that wrong? Oh, I see. Ignored, right? So I ignored keys. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Ignored. Thank you very much. All right, awesome. So this is what we're going to need here. I think I'm missing a trailing comma, perhaps. Oh, here it is. All right, so this is all we're going to need to export. And with that, we have our constants file done. So obviously that was not the most exhilarating thing to do, but it was definitely important. Now we're going to jump into our letter and our word class, which are certainly very important. So let's jump over to letter. So remember, each word within the document here, or each word on the right here within our application, is represented as a div. And that div has a series of spans, and those spans contain a letter. And so that is how the structure of the HTML is, but that's also going to be reflected in the JavaScript. So each letter is going to be represented with the letter class. So it's going to be an object, and it's going to have a reference to that element within the HTML. So as an example, we're going to have an object for, here we have the word the. So we're going to have a T, an H, and an E object that are letter objects. And they're going to have a reference to the DOM node. So the H is going to have a reference to the H element within the DOM. The T is going to have a reference to the T element, etc. So we're representing all the letters as objects, and we're also going to represent the entire word as an object. And that word is going to be a member or an instance of the word class. So that's kind of how we're going to structure it. Just like the HTML, we're going to structure it in JavaScript. So let's start building our classes. So we're not actually going to use these classes immediately. We're going to be using them in input. We need to build these so that we can use them when we need them. So export default class letter. Within our constructor, we're going to take in the letter itself. And if I'm correct, that's just plain text. We'll get to that, but I'm pretty sure it's just plain text. So we're going to make this, we're going to set this dot letter, and this is literally just going to, as I said, the plain text. So as an example, this may be A. Then we're going to have this dot letter element, and we're going to call this dot get letter template. And we're going to pass in letter, right? So remember, this is just the plain text letter. And we'll implement this method in a second, but let's first initialize one more item. So letter element is going to have a reference to the actual element within the DOM. So in this case, it's going to be a span. Remember, each word. Let's actually jump into our DevTools real quick so we can see this. So you can see that our words are divs, and then our spans, our letters are spans. And so this letter element is actually going to be this span. It's going to have a reference to this DOM element, or this HTML tag, if you will. And so that's going to be very important, right? Because within our input, we're going to want to be able to manipulate these. As an example, if someone types a letter correctly, if they type a letter correctly, it needs to be black. If they type a letter incorrectly, it needs to be blue. Of course, on the fly, we need to manipulate the colors of these spans. And so this reference to the actual element within the DOM is going to be very important. And then one thing that we're also going to take in, or actually assign, is that our letter element, the text content, which is essentially, so within our spans, you can see that we have letters right here on the right here. When we call text content, we can assign the text that goes within that element within the DOM. So in this case, let's say the letter is A, we're putting an A within that span. So we're creating the letter element here when we get our letter element template, and then we're injecting the letter A, in this case, into that element. So now let's create the get letter template so that it's a little bit more clear what we're trying to get at here. So we're going to return document dot query selector dot content, or rather query selector. Now we're going to grab our letter template, so our template element. We're going to go into its content property. Then, whoops, it moved on me there. It changed. Now within there, we're going to query select the letter itself. So let's jump into our HTML real quick, just so there's no confusion. So we're selecting our letter template. the content, we're selecting the content of the letter template. Within that, we can select the letter, which is a div here. And lastly, we're going to call clone node, and we're going to pass in true. If you pass in true, it's going to copy, as I stated, the element that was cloned and everything within it. Right. So in this case, we're cloning the letter and everything within it. So when we return this, we're creating an instance, essentially an instance of this div. Now remember, the application here it's not that beneficial as to why we would do that in this context, but this is a good practice to keep the markup in the HTML itself and keep the JavaScript separate from that. So instead of using create element, we're just using templates to essentially generate our letters here. So we get our fresh letter template here, or our letter div, by using our letter template, and then we assign the text content to the letter that we pass in. And this is going to be the letter, as I stated, for whatever word. So as an example, if we look at our screen here, we have the word just. Just is going to be a word. It's going to be comprised of 4 letters, and within our input, which is going to be our main JavaScript file that is managing all this, it's going to instantiate instances of the letter object for that word. So in this case, it would be JUST. All right, and now we're going to do set correct. So now we're just going to have a bunch of essentially helper methods that are going to allow us to manipulate the DOM element a little bit easier. So here set correct is going to be, we're going to call this dot letter element dot class list dot add, and we're going to do letter correct. So essentially what we're just doing here is, if we call set correct, that means they type the character correct. We want to add the letter correct class, right? So now if we go back over to our styles real quick and we go into letter, we can see that letter correct is black, right? So now if we look on our screen, when they type correctly, it goes to black. And the reason why is because we can call the set correct method and it will apply that class. Now, if we set it correct, that means at the same time, we want to make sure that it's not incorrect. And the reason that's important is because in our application, you can backspace, right? And so we want to make sure that we clear any classes if we add any classes. If we add our letter correct class, we also want to remove our letter incorrect class. And again, if we go back to letter, you can see letter incorrect also exists and it's blue. Now we're going to make another method that is essentially the same as this one. So I'm just going to copy it straight down again. It's Shift Alt and the down key. And in this case, we're just going to swap these. So this is going to be remove and this is going to be add. And I guess I should move this above it just for consistency's sake. So now in this case, if we are setting it to incorrect, then we want to add letter incorrect and we want to remove letter correct, right? So now we can use these methods. We don't actually have to call class list on our letter element. We don't have to access letter element and then call class list and then the class list methods. We can just call these methods and it will handle it. So it just saves us a little bit of code and makes it a little bit more clean when we're manipulating our letters within our input class. Now we're going to create a Boolean method called isCorrect. And by Boolean method, I just mean that it's going to return whether this dot letter element dot class list dot contains letter underscore correct. So essentially, we want to check whether the letter is correct. I'm not actually sure exactly why we use it. I think it might be for at the end of the application, we want to count up the amount of letters that they got correct or incorrect, and we want to run those metrics. I think that this is going to be valuable, but either way, this is essentially just a Boolean method. We want to see if the letter element has this class, and if it does, that indicates that the letter was typed correctly. Now we have the add cursor method. Now to understand what this method does, we have to understand how the cursor actually is added to the DOM here. So the cursor, as I explained briefly previously, is that the cursor is placed to the left of each letter. So if we go over here, when we're typing, what's actually happening is that, as an example, T right now, the cursor is placed to the left of T. So it's positioned absolutely. And then if we keep typing, now it's placed to the left of O. And it keeps moving across the screen because whenever we get to a new letter, we essentially just say, okay, remove it from the last position and then add it to the left of the current letter, right? And so for each letter, we want to be able to add the cursor to that letter, right? Because the cursor is actually a child of the letter element. Within our DOM here, I think we could actually jump in and just check this out. Let's go to L here. You can see that L actually is a child, and it's a letter cursor. And now let's click here and let's look at the styles. You can see that its position is absolute. So our cursor is positioned absolute, and our letter is positioned relative. And our cursor is at -2 on the left, so you can see it's just to the left of our L. Its top is at 0. Its height is at 100%, so it's spanning the entire height of L. If we highlight it, you can see that it's the same height. Its width is 2 pixels, and you can see that our cursor pulse animation is playing. So that is essentially how that's going to work. And so now we need to make sure that we can set each letter, we can inject the cursor for each letter as we are typing. So now what we want to do is we're going to create a cursor template. We're going to create a pretty much identical method to the one that we see above for the get letter template, and it's going to be called get cursor template. So let's just make this method, and let's copy this down. We'll just copy down the contents of this one because it's going to be almost identical here. And here we're just going to switch this to cursor template, and then we're going to call letter __ cursor. So now, whenever we get to a new letter, we're going to call add cursor, which is going to generate the cursor. It's going to call this.get cursor template. Once we get the template, as we were talking about, we want to call the letter element. So remember, this is the span itself that has the letter. And we're going to append the cursor. So now our cursor is going to be a child of our letter, and it's going to be positioned accordingly. So we're going to be doing this on the fly. Each time we get to a new letter, call add cursor. We're going to be removing the cursor, and then we're also going to be adding the cursor to the next letter. So that means that each letter also needs to have a remove cursor method, right? And here, we're going to call our letter, we're going to get our letter element again by accessing it. We're going to call its children property, which essentially just returns an array of items that are a child of this HTML element or HTML node. And we're going to call 0. So remember that the cursor here, if we jump back into DevTools, the cursor is the only thing that is actually a child of the span. Let's look here. So you can see the cursor is the only thing that's a child of the letter here. And so we can just call children 0, and that's simply going to give us the cursor. Every time children 0 is going to evaluate to the cursor. And then all we have to do is call remove. And that is a method that is provided by the DOM itself, the DOM API, and it'll just remove the element from the DOM. So that should do it. So now we can remove the cursor and add the cursor, remove the cursor from the last letter, add the cursor to the next letter very easily. And now here's also an important method. This is going to be our set untyped method. Now untyped essentially is, if we click into our application here, when we hit backspace, you can see that the letter goes back to untyped, where it's not incorrect or correct. And so we need to implement that functionality, which essentially is just going to reset it so that these classes are not being applied. So let's jump into that. And let's just copy these over here. So we have this, we remove our letter incorrect, and we also remove our letter correct, right? Because both of those are no longer, need to be removed. So now that we have the letter in its original state, its untyped state, if you will. And with that, that ends all of the methods we need to add for letter, which is awesome. So now we can jump into Word. That is going to be the next task. So let's jump into Word and let's get this class underway. So Word is going to be brief, which is nice. It's going to be much shorter than the last class, so we can get through this pretty quickly. Export default class Word. Now create our constructor, and within our constructor, we're also going to pass Word. Pass Word just like we pass letter. to our letter class. And in this case, it's just going to be plain text again. So in this case, it might be the. And we're going to get the word element. So you guys are going to see a pattern here. We're getting the word element, and we're going to get it through this.get word template. I'm going to copy it over. This.get word template. And lastly, we're going to have this.letter objects. And the reason we're calling it objects is because this array here is going to hold all of the letters, all of the letter objects that correspond to this word. So as an example, our word the is going to be comprised of T, an H, and an E object, right? And when I say object, I mean instances of our letter class, right? So our word is going to have a series of letter class instances within this array here. So very important, very important. And so let's implement our get word template. I'm just going to copy over the logic. You guys have seen it. I'll take a second to pause just so you can type it. But the logic still remains the same as essentially with our letter here. You're just getting you're going to the document, query selecting the correct template here. In this case, it's our word template. We're going to get the content. Within the content, let's query select the word itself, which is a div. And we're going to clone that node and pass in true so that it clones everything within this div itself, or this element that we selected. And again, how beneficial this is, you can't really see how beneficial this is in the context of this project, but I promise that this is much more helpful than using create element and things like that to build HTML elements within JavaScript. And the only method that we're going to create outside of this one is insert letter. And now what we're going to do is we're going to call this dot letter objects dot push, letter. And we're going to call this dot word element dot append letter dot letter element. So let's go through what's going on here real quick. So this should actually be letter obj. It should be an object, right? Because this is actually an instance of the letter class. So it would be wrong for us to just say letter, because that might be misleading. Here we refer to letter as just a plain text. So let's make this letter object instead. And so the letter objects in our array, as I stated, we're adding the letter objects for the word. But right here, what we're adding is to the word element, which remember, this is a document element. This is like the actual divs that are within the document here. Let's go back in and check them out. Within this, we need to add the spans, right? And within our letter objects, let's go back to our letter class, we have those spans, the actual span that corresponds to the letter within the DOM, saved in this .letter element. So whenever we pass a letter object to this word and we construct this word within our input class, which we'll get to in a little bit, we want to not only push the letter object into our letter objects array, we also want to add the span that contains a letter into our word element. Now, word element also is a element of the DOM. It's a div, right? So this is like essentially like objects represented in JavaScript and then like actual HTML elements. So hopefully that makes, but we're doing corresponding actions, right? So we're injecting the letter objects into our word object. Our word object has a letter objects array. We're injecting those letter objects into that array. In this case, we have a word element that is in the DOM, and within that, we're injecting spans that are saved in letter object .letter element. Hopefully that makes sense. I imagine it does. Sorry if I was being a little bit redundant there. I just want to make sure that's clear because this is, kind of getting into the tricky stuff. So just want to make sure that everybody is tracking. And with that, I think that we're good to go for this section of the project. We got our constants built out. We created our letter and our word class. Next, we're going to do key and keyboard. And then we just have a couple more before we have the application up and running. We can go to our instance. You can see it's not done yet, but yeah, I will see you guys in the next section. All right, so in the last section, we successfully completed our letter and our word and our constants. And so now the next thing that we're going to do is jump into our keyboard and key class. So let's get to it. We're going to start off with the key itself, and we're going to create a class export default class key. Whoops. Export default class key. Now within our constructor, we're going to pass in the key element. And we're going to assign this to this .key element. And this .key letter is going to equal, or my bad, key letter rather. Key letter is going to equal the key element. So this is the key element is going to be a member of the DOM itself, the HTML. So it's going to have the methods that you would expect. So we can call query selector on it. Within this, we're going to select the key text, right? And the text content. So now let's jump back into our HTML just so it's clear what's going on here. So we have our key element and we're query selecting the key text class name. So let's check that out. We have our key, right? So it's a div here. And remember, we can look at this in a way that's more legible, like this. So we have our div, which is a key. We select the key text, which is the element within our key. And we want the text content, which in this case would be just a W. So that's what we're selecting for here. We have our key element, and we want to get that letter. So again, this is plain text, right? W, as an example, W. Now we're going to have one method for our key class. It's going to be called trigger key. And we're going to pass in correct key and the key itself. Now the reason we're passing in correct key is we want to know when we call the trigger key method, we want to know whether it is correct or incorrect, whether they type the correct or incorrect key. So when we call this method within our input class, which is our main class again, we're going to get to that at the end, we're going to pass in true or false as the first parameter to trigger key on each key object. So when we call this method, we're going to check here if correct key. So if it is the correct key, then what we're going to do is we're going to get our key element. We're going to add to its class list the key underscore correct, the key underscore correct class. Now, if we jump over to key, you can see that we have our key style sheet. You can see that key correct is, let me check real quick. All right, interesting. So we actually didn't add key correct, which is bizarre, absolutely bizarre. I wonder why that is. Oh, well, maybe it's because the background color, or actually no, we did. I think we did set it. Let me just check real quick. Let me copy in. So key correct, we actually didn't add key incorrect, right? So that's going to be important. So we might as well add that while we're at it. Key incorrect, definitely important. Remember, so this is the letters can be incorrect and correct, but also the keys at the bottom, they reflect it as well. So if we type correctly, you can see it's in black, but if we type incorrectly, it's in blue. Right? So we also have to have the incorrect and correct classes for our keys on top of our letters, right? We saw how we set that up with our letters in the last section. So key incorrect is going to have a background color of this blue, which again is one of the colors at the ends of the spectrum for our linear gradient background. The color is going to be white, which is going to be for the letter within the key when it gets pressed. And the transform is going to be scale 0.9. All right, awesome. So we have key space, key correct, and key incorrect. So that should all be good. This should be 0.7 actually, and it should be black, right? Because this is when the key is correct, as we stated, we want it to be black here. So in their scale is 0.9, right? So it looks like it's almost impressed a little bit. Like we type here, you can see that the keys, they actually shrink a little bit, and they're either black or blue based on whether they're correct or incorrect. So now that we have these two classes here, these are going to be added to the key for a moment when they type. So as an example, you can see when we type, It's only there for a second. We type and then the color goes away. The key returns back to normal. So how are we going to implement that? What we're going to do is we're going to add to the key element the key correct if the key is correct. And then what we're going to do is we're going to call set timeout. So if you don't know, set timeout essentially queues up a task to be executed in the future. And we want to do this because JavaScript runs extremely fast. Obviously, it's a programming language. It runs extremely fast. And so we don't want to take off the key correct class immediately, or else it would have the effect of not even showing that it was typed correct or incorrect on the keyboard, right? It would just go back to its normal state, in a millisecond. So what we want to do is we want to call set timeout, and we're going to call this .keyElement.classList.remove, and we're going to remove key correct. And the second parameter to set timeout here is how many milliseconds we want to elapse before this is called, right? So this task, we're essentially telling the browser, in 100 milliseconds, I want you to call this function, this callback function, and execute this code here. And we're going to remove key correct. So here we add it, and then 100 milliseconds later, we remove it. So now if we type on the right here, we look at our screen, you can see when we type, it goes blue for a second, the keyboard, and then it goes back to normal, 100 milliseconds, right? And if we were to put, let's say, a second, right, or 1,000 milliseconds, right, it would take a second for that change to happen. But that would be, unresponsive. It wouldn't look that good. So we're definitely not going to do that. And then our other condition is the key is incorrect. So if the key is not correct, so this Boolean value is set to false when we call this method, we're simply going to do the opposite. So we're going to call this.key. We're going to add the classlist.add. We're going to call key incorrect, right? Which we can go back to our key. We have key incorrect. And then again, after 100 milliseconds, we're going to remove the corresponding class. So remember, if we type here and it's in blue, that means we're typing it incorrectly. 100 milliseconds later, it removes that. If we type correctly, then we have it in black, right? So very simple. Now all we have to do is implement the keyboard, and we will be done with this section of the video. So in keyboard, we're going to import keys, and we're going to import valid input keys. And this is going to come from our constants folder. So we're going to start drawing on our constants that we exported here. Constants.js. And our second import is going to be key. So we're actually going to be instantiating our key class within our keyboard class. Awesome. Import key from, right? So now let's create our class. Export default class keyboard. And we're going to create our constructor method. In this case, we're not going to pass anything into it, but we are going to create a key objects array. So very similar to Word. Remember, within our Word class, we had a letter objects array. Within our keyboard, we're going to have a key objects array. And it's going to be consistent of key objects that are instances of the key class. Whoops, open that file. And we're going to call this .create keys. So when we instantiate our keyboard, when we instantiate the keyboard, we're only going to instantiate one. And when we instantiate it, it's going to call the constructor method of this class, right? And then this constructor method is going to lead to this method being called, this.create keys, which is just going to be a method of the keyboard class. Now, create keys is going to be responsible for actually making all the keys. So all these keys here that we're going to be manipulating and responding to user input are going to be created in this method. So what we're going to do is we're going to call array.from. So array.from creates an array, right? And it creates an array from another object, like let's say a template, right? And we're going to pass in keys. Now the reason we're doing this is because if we go back into our constants folder, you can see that we're calling query selector all on document, and we're getting our keys, right? All of our keys. But this is an array-like object. I'm not sure if it's a document node list or whatever it is, but either way, it's array-like. So it doesn't have access to all of the methods of a normal array in JavaScript, but we can turn it into a normal array with the array.from method. So now this is going to turn our keys, DOM node list, into a true JavaScript array, and that is going to give us access to the for each method. So we're going to iterate over each item. for each, right? Iterating over each item. We're going to name each item as a key. And remember, these are document elements, right? So we go into constants. These are real keys that are represented as divs here. And remember, let's go back and index.html. We have our key, and within the key, we have a span that has a letter within it. So just remember that structure when we do this next part here. We're going to call key text, or we're going to create key text as a constant. We're going to type key here, and we're going to query select the key text. So again, this is the text element that is the text element span that is within the key itself. We want to get the text content. So this is going to give us, as an example, let's go into index.html. It's going to give us the W here, and we want to make sure that there's no spaces, right? Just to be sure. Now, I'm not sure if there. I remember when I was messing with the application and building it, there was an application for this, for using the trim method. I'm going to do it just to be safe here. You might be able to get away with it because I might have changed the logic slightly, but either way, we want to get the letter from that span, and then we also want to trim it. So we'll call text content, and then we'll call trim. And that's just going to get rid of the trailing or leading white space, which sometimes can happen with text content, because text content, as an example, let's say you had something like this. Text content will take these spaces, if I'm correct. There's a couple different ways, like you can call inner text or text content. There's a couple ways to get the text from an element, but long story short, we do not want to capture this space. We want to just get the letters itself, right? So we call trim, and so now we have the text content. Now this is just a letter, right? This is just a letter that's within the key here. So as an example, Q, W, E, R, T, Y. So this might be just be Q. Now what we want to do is within our key objects, we're going to use that letter, key text, which again is just the letter that corresponds to the key on the keyboard. And we're going to assign that to an instance of our key. So we're going to call new key, and we're going to pass in key. Remember, key is a element, right? It's a span. So we're passing in that span. And now we have essentially an object. This .key objects is essentially going to look like this. It's going to be an object. And this object is going to have letters, like let's say A. And it's going to map to a instance of key object. Instance of key class, let's say. Right? And now remember, this key class, we're passing in the key itself, which is a span. Let's go back over to key. And this is where we're saving it. Now we have the span here, and that's why we can manipulate the span with, manipulate this key element with query selector, etc. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully you guys are tracking. But either way, we now have a list of key objects, right? So our keyboard has been created. We instantiate our keyboard. We create all the keys. We have them saved in our key objects. And now we have access to them in this array with our keyboard instance. We have all of our keys stored in this array. Now, we're going to create a trigger key method for our keyboard as well, right? And this is actually going to pass on the call to the key itself. So trigger key, create the trigger key method. We're going to have the same parameters, so correct key and key. Now, if key equals space, then we're going to set key equal to space. Now, the reason we want to do that is just for normalization, if you will. So when a key gets pressed in JavaScript, if you press the spacebar key, the way that JavaScript registers that is it's going to say that it's this, right? It's going to say that it's this blank space here. So if we were to call a key down event on, say, our input, and we looked inside of our console and we logged what that actually registers as when they press the space, it would just be a blank character like this. And so we want to reassign that to space. And that's just going to help us because remember, in our index.html here, we can see that we actually have our space listed as, space, the word space. It's not just like this, right? And so we want this for normalization's sake. We essentially say, okay, they pressed a space bar. Well, let's change the key to this now. And that's going to help us with processing. Now, the second check that we're going to do is we're going to say, if not this.keyObjects key, return. So essentially, if a user presses, for instance, 1 or 2 or, the tilde sign on their keyboard, then this is going to return. So if they were to press tilde, it's going to just return, right? Because our key objects, this.keyObjects key, this is going to return undefined or yeah, if so, let's say they press tilde. We're not going to have tilde within our array of key objects, right? Because our key objects only consist of all of these letters that we see on screen here. All these letters and characters, comma, period, forward slash, M, N, B, etc. And so this is simply going to return early. They didn't type a valid key, so we can just return, right? Because we can't reflect a key that they pressed on our keyboard if the key actually doesn't exist on our keyboard. Now, if it gets through both of these, right? Well, it'll get through the first one, of course. But if it gets through the second one, the second condition, then we can go into our key objects. We can get the correct key. So in this case, let's say the key is, let's say they typed an A. We're going to use A right here, right? And when we use A, it's going to give us access to the key object, right? An instance of our key class. And we can call the trigger key method, right? So we now have an access to one of our key objects here. And we call trigger key on that. So we're essentially, calling trigger key on our keyboard, and then we're passing that trigger key call down onto the key itself. And we're going to press in correct key, which again is just a Boolean value. We'll get to that once we set up our input class, and the key, right? And remember, the key may have changed from this to space. That's the only condition in which the key would actually change. And we know that the key is actually present on our keyboard, right? So we actually can call trigger key because the key exists. So hopefully that makes sense. And with that, we have our keyboard and our key class set up. So we are now in a super solid position. We have our constant file, our keyboard, key. I think we did our, we did letter and word. And so now we just have a little, just some auxiliary ones. We have tile, reset, so pretty easy. We have our main, which is essentially going to instantiate all the classes and make them interact. And then input, that's going to be the big one. So input we're going to do last, because that's where we're essentially going to harmonize all of this, all these classes together. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next section when we tackle the next set of classes. Let's see what it is. We're going to be tackling our tile and our reset class. So see you guys then. All right, so we're almost done with the project now. We only have a couple more things to implement. In this section of the series, we're going to be tackling the reset class and the tile class. The reset class is going to be responsible for housing our reset button here, which you can see on the right below our keyboard. When we hit it, there's an animation. It resets the entire application here. And then tile is going to be a tile class, and this is going to be responsible for essentially instantiating our tiles. So if we type real quick, let's just get our tiles to pop up here. Our tile class is going to represent these three tiles, right? So pretty straightforward. This shouldn't be too bad. And we're also going to finish up by creating main. And main is just going to instantiate all of our classes and allow them to interact with one another. And then lastly, in the next section, that's going to be input, which is going to be the big class. And input is essentially responsible for all of the functionality of the application. So it's going to be quite involved. That's why it's saved for the last. And it essentially involves every class, right, within the application. So you have to build it last. So we will get to that when the time comes. But for the time being, let's start implementing our reset class. So export default class reset. Let's add our constructor. Now within our constructor, we are going to be passing in the reset button, and that is going to be a element within HTML. So that's going to be our actual reset element here. I think it might be I'm not sure how it's represented. It might be a button actually. Yeah, so you can see right here, it's actually a button. So this is going to be a button from our DOM and our input. And we're going to save these. So this dot reset button is equals reset button, and this dot uppercase I input equals input. Now the reason I say uppercase I is because we want to save this as a uppercase I, because it is going to be an instance of our input class. So this is a object, if you will. And so it allows the viewer to understand that that is the case. Typically in JavaScript, you use camel case, so you don't capitalize the first letter, but with classes or object instances, it makes sense to do so. And we're going to finish off our constructor by calling this dot set event listeners. Now this, once we instantiate our reset button, so we're only going to instantiate this class one time, And when this gets called here, it's going to call our setEventListeners method. And setEventListeners is going to be quite simple. It's just going to have one event listener, and it's going to be on our reset button. So let's add the event listener. Remember, this is an HTML element, so we can add event listeners to it. We're going to be listening for the click event. And when the click event fires, as you'd expect, we're going to reset our application. So first things first is we're going to call this.reset, and this is going to be a method that we implement here. And so I'll just write reset here, the reset method. I'm not going to fill it out, but this is going to be a method that we call. And what this is going to do is, if you look at our application on the right, when you hit reset, it rotates. And that is not an animation that is applied in CSS. That is it is applied in CSS, but the logic to trigger the animation is in JavaScript. There might be a way to solve it in CSS, but I just found it to be easier to do in JavaScript. And so it's essentially an imperative animation where we're triggering it within JavaScript itself. So we're going to call that, and we're also going to call this.input.reset. And this is going to be really what resets the application. So this.reset is just going to cause the reset icon to spin in a circle, but this.input.reset is going to call the reset method of our input class, which has yet to be developed. And that's going to reset everything. It's going to put new text in the text box. It's going to reset all of the values to 0. As an example, the amount of correct characters typed, the amount of incorrect characters typed, the start time, all of those things are going to be reset when we hit this reset icon, and that is going to be controlled through the reset method of our input class. So whenever we click the reset button, both of those are going to get triggered. Now let's set up our animation. So let's get back to our reset button here. And we're going to add, so call classlist.add, and we're going to add reset animation. Now, if we jump back over to our CSS here, to our reset CSS sheet, you can see that when we add the reset animation class, it's going to trigger this animation here, rotate. And it's going to be forwards, right? So once the animation completes, the element is going to stay in the position that it completes at. That's what the forwards property does here. And regardless, when the animation ends, we're going to want to get rid of the when the animation ends, we're going to want to remove the animation. So essentially, thankfully, there's an animation animation end event that we can listen for. So we have this.reset button.classlist, or my bad, .add event listener. And I'll explain this a little bit better. Animation end, right? Even though it's rather self-explanatory. Whoops, there shouldn't be that. Awesome. And we're going to call this animation end. And that's going to be a method that we implement. So let's add animation end here. And so essentially what we're doing is once we add the reset animation class, it's going to trigger an animation. And once that animation ends, it's going to trigger an animation end event. And when the reset button has a animation end event, we're going to call this.animation end. And all we're going to want to do in here, whoops. We're going to create this one as an arrow function. If I'm correct, the reason that we had to do this is because arrow functions, they assign the value of this at the point of declaration. So in this case, this is going to be assigned to whatever this is for the scope of this. This is going to be assigned to whatever this is within the scope that it is declared. And so as an example, in this case, I'm pretty sure that this would be assigned to this class here. Whereas if you create functions in different manners, as an example like this, it will assign this in a different way. And so sometimes you lose the context that you're trying to access when you don't make it an arrow function, or you make it an arrow function, etc., or vice versa. So you have to be careful with that, but I imagine that the reason I designed it this way is because I was losing the context. And so, yes, it's definitely something you got to watch out for. And so this.reset button .class or .remove event listener. And we're going to call animation end, and then the this dot animation end. Right. There we go. So now the animation gets triggered here. When we call reset, the animation gets triggered here by adding the class. Once the animation ends, it's going to trigger this event, which is going to call this method. This method is going to remove the class, right? Remove reset animation so we can apply it again later. And it's also going to remove the event listener animation end, right? Because if we continually add, you can add multiple event listeners. So if we added this dot reset button dot add event listener animation end, we could add it again and again and again. And you don't want to do that because that can cause a memory leak. And so essentially, once the animation ends, we want to make sure that we remove that. And we also want to remove the class so that we can add the class again in the future and it will trigger the animation as we intend. So there we go. Now we have the reset class set up, and now we just have to fill out tile, and then main should be pretty quick. So let's jump over to tile and let's start working it up here. Again, export default class tile. And shout out to anyone who has made it this far in the video. This is quite a long tutorial, and it's pretty involved, and especially because we don't get to the very exciting stuff until the end when we start building the input class. So respect anyone who has made it this far. But we're going to pass in the tile element. And tile element is going to be a instance of our tile. So if we go back to constants here, you can see that we pulled through our tiles. And so we're going to pass these tiles into our tile class here. And we're going to save it. This dot tile element, whoops, equals tile element, right? And we're going to call this dot tile element dot heading and this dot tile element dot value. So I actually don't know if we need to use these necessarily. I guess we do need to use the element, but the title should be not necessary, which is nice. So I think we should be good to go to just get the value associated with this tile. So this dot tile value element, and then we're going to select the tile value. Now this should probably be tile element value. That seems like the way that it should sound. Tile element value here. And so we're just taking the tile value. So again, if we go to our markup here, you can see that within our tiles we have, where's it at? A heading and a value. And we want to select the value because once the individual finishes with the speed typing test, these are going to be updated, right? So the accuracy might be higher or lower, time might be 10 seconds, words per minute might be 70, but we're going to have to set those every time that they finish. And so that is what we really want to manipulate. The heading itself is not going to change. Originally, I had selected the heading alongside this element value, but the heading really is not going to be necessary. So let's create our first of two methods, display result. All right. And we're going to call set timeout. This one might take a little bit of explaining, so stick with me here. And I apologize if you can hear the air conditioning in the background. So this dot tile element, we're going to access our tile element, right? So set timeout, we're going to pass in a callback function, and we're going to call, and the value within our function is going to be this dot tile element dot classless dot add, and we're going to call tile, or we're going to pass in tile underscore visible, and we're going to pass in our timeout. Now within our method parameters, we're going to have timeout. Now I'm going to explain why we're doing this in this way in a second here. But essentially, and we're also going to have a result actually. And the result is going to be the value that they actually scored. So as an example, if we're setting our words per minute, we're going to pass in words per minute as a result, or accuracy as a result, or the time that it took as a result. And the timeout is going to be, if you don't know how set timeout works, essentially you pass in a callback function. This callback function is going to be called after this amount of milliseconds. So timeout may equal, timeout could equal, let's say 1,000 milliseconds, right? Or a second, right? And so we're going to pass in various values for timeout so that this callback function gets called at various times after this set timeout is actually triggered. So set timeout essentially just queues up an event for the future. And the reason that we're going to do this, where we're passing in timeout and we can put a different amount of time for when we want this callback function to be called, is because this callback function is going to make our tiles visible on screen when they're done typing. And if we type real quick, I want to show you guys. In our finished application here, once they finish, you can see that the tiles, they come on screen at slightly different times. So words per minute comes first, then accuracy, then time. And it kind of creates a smooth animation. If we reset, you can see it's the same thing, but in reverse. And so essentially what we're doing is we're making our tile elements visible by adding tile visible. Again, we can jump over to our tile CSS here. Tile visible is going to set the visibility to 1 and opacity to 1, right? So this is going to make our tiles visible on screen, but we want to do it in a tasteful manner. We want to add them at different times. And so essentially we're going to pass in 3 different timeout values. And we're going to see that once we get to the input class. And second, not only do we have to make the tile show on screen, but we also have to update the value. And so we're going to say tile element value. We're going to set the text content. So that allows us to manipulate the actual content within the HTML element. And we're going to set it to result. So in this case, it might be, as I said, accuracy or words per minute or whatever. That value is going to be injected into the tile element itself, the tile element value. And also when the individual hits reset, as we saw, the tiles are going to be hidden. And so this method is going to be essentially responsible for doing the opposite. We're going to call set timeout again. Because as I showed, when we called reset, the tiles, they just disappeared on screen in order again, right? And the kind of same 1, 2, 3 animation style. And so again, we're going to be passing in our timeout. We're going to call this .tile element .classlist.remove, and in this case we're going to remove tile visible, and we're going to pass in our timeout. All right, and we're going to set, for good measure, tile element value.text content equal to nothing. Right, so now there's going to be no value in the tile itself. And we are going to make it disappear off screen by getting rid of our tile visible class after set timeout, or timeout milliseconds. So we are good to go now with our tile class. That one wasn't too bad at all. And now all we have to do is set up main before we get into input, which is going to be the grand finale, if you will. So main, we're going to just import everything we need to. So let's import all of our items here. And we might have to just wireframe the input class because we are going to be inputting, or we are going to be importing it. So you can see we're importing all of these. You can pause and just import these. We have our keyboard class, our reset class, our word, letter, tile, everything we need here. Now the input class has not been created. So I am going to jump over real quick just to create the class, right? Just so that we don't get any errors. And we should check our console just to make sure we don't have any errors, but I'm just going to create the constructor here. So there we go. So now we have our input class, so we shouldn't be tossing any errors. Let's jump into our console just to see what type of craziness is going on. There doesn't seem to be any craziness, which is definitely surprising. So let's close that and get back to it. So let's jump into main. And now that we have imported all of our classes, we're going to import our constants. Again, I'm not going to type these just to save you guys the pain of me going through that, but we're just importing constants here. So this is all from our constants file. I'm going to just copy them over from our final copy of the application. And it's going to be coming from /constants. Awesome. Now we're going to create our tiles. So we're going to create a words per minute tile object. And we're going to create an instance of our tile class. We're going to pass in the words per minute tile. Remember, we're passing in the actual HTML element now into our tile constructor. Let's copy this down 2 more times. Here we're going to have our accuracy tile. And we're going to have our time tile. And let's make these reflect that. Accuracy tile. Whoops. Don't duplicate that. And time tile. So now we have our 3 tile objects. Create keyboard. So let's create our keyboard. Oops. Const keyboard object equals new keyboard. Now we're going to create input handling class. So this is going to handle all the input. It's going to essentially, as I stated, it's going to be what orchestrates the symphony here. And so our input object is going to be an instance of our input class. And within here, we're going to pass in our keyboard, our words per minute tile, our accuracy tile, and these have to be the objects actually. These are going to be the instances of the classes. And the time tile. So within our input class, we are going to need to structure this as such. So we need to go back to main just to check that. We have keyboard, words per minute, accuracy, and time. So let's go over to input. Pass those in. Okay, we're good there. And the last thing we need to do is create our reset object. Or my bad, create reset button / object. So const reset object equals new reset. And we're going to pass in our reset button as well as our input object. So that is everything. Our input object is going to be responsible. So as you can see, we pass all these items into input. This is going to be harmonizing the whole system. Reset gets our reset button and the instance of our input object, as we just talked about briefly why that's important. We created our tiles, we have our keyboard, and everything is good to go. We created all of our classes. Now we can go into input and start using all of these classes. The input class is going to manipulate all of these classes that we just created. So yeah, there's big things ahead. Once we finish this next section, we are going to be done with the project, and you guys are going to have yourself a fully functioning speed typing test. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next section. Let me just make sure real quick that we didn't miss anything. We got main, we got tile, we got reset, and we got main. So yeah, we're good to go. I will see you guys then. All right, so now we can move into the final section of the project, which is going to be implementing our input class, which is going to be quite the task. As I stated, it's definitely a little bit involved, but definitely the most exciting. And this is when we're actually going to be able to see our application doing its thing within our browser here. So let's jump right into it and waste no time. Let's pull up our input class here and let's get to it. So first and foremost, we're going to import a couple items. Go to the top here and we're going to import the text area input, the text area text, We're going to be importing the get random paragraph function. Remember, this returns us a random paragraph from the paragraphs that we had generated for us via ChatGPT. We're going to bring in all of our keys, which we also pulled through in our constant file. We're going to have our ignored keys. And let's make sure that I spelled that right. Ignored keys, nice. In the example that I have on the right here on my other monitor, I have another instance of this application pulled up and I spelled it incorrectly. But we have punctuation or space. And remember, the punctuation and space are just flags to make sure that when we are counting the correct words that were typed, we don't log these characters as part of the word. So as an example, like right here, reactions. This period is part of the word reactions in the DOM, but we don't want to count that. So we have those there to help filter those out when the application is done running and the tiles are about to populate with their information. And that is it. So now we can just import these from our constant file, /constants. And I'm not sure if it'll resolve on its own that it's .js, but I'm going to specify .js. And let's jump into our console just to make sure. It does not provide an export named ignored key. So let's jump over there and just check real quick. May just be a typo. Constants, where are you at? Hello. Ignored keys, right? Ignored keys. Maybe I spelled it wrong in here. Interesting. Input Ignored keys. Okay. Uh-oh. This dot create key. Okay, well, that's definitely not going to work. Let's jump into keyboard and just fix that real quick. That typo. Create key. Create key. This dot create keys, rather. All right, that should do it. So now we should be good to go here. We don't want to crunch our application. And yeah, so we can jump right into it. So, and we're going to want to keep our console open here because ultimately it can get a little squirrely. But as you can see, our application is also getting crunched here. So let's just close this for now. We might need to refer to some other things, but we will do it as we need or as we see fit. But for now, let's jump right into our constructor. So within our constructor, all right, I have prettier formatting, so it's just gonna make that not wrap. But within our constructor, let's start assigning the things we need to assign. So first and foremost, we're gonna have this dot text area input, and we're gonna assign that to the text area input. And similarly, we're going to log our text area text right here, text area text, and assign that to text area text. Okay, and now we're gonna have access to these throughout the class. That's why we're reassigning them here. Next, we're gonna have this .words objects. Now this is gonna seem like a lot because these constants I essentially kept defining these as I kept building out the input class, but I assure you I will explain them all, in time as we go through them. But essentially we have word objects and letter objects. So the word objects are going to be important for tallying up the amount of words they type correctly at the end. The letter objects, this array, is going to be instances of our letter class. And this is what we're going to be traversing when they're typing. So as an example right here, as we're typing and we're going forward and backwards, we're essentially going to be using this letter objects array and going forwards and backwards within it, corresponding to where we are within the letters here. And we're going to be manipulating those letter object classes. Remember, within our letter object classes, we have methods to mark something as correct, incorrect, the corresponding colors. We can also get rid of the colors, black or blue, if they type the backspace key. And so we can just manipulate these letter objects. We can increment increment variable to traverse to a new spot within the array, etc. And so we don't have to work with the HTML itself. But and that's why we did that. That's why we made the letter objects class or the letter class rather, because we can manipulate the items much easier when we're doing it within our input class here. So we're going to create this .is running, and we're going to set this to false. This is going to be a flag. These flags are going to be helpful when the application is running. We're going to have a start time and end time when they hit restart, etc. So, and then obviously they're also going to be good for like guard conditions. As an example, certain things won't fire if this .running is false or this .running is true. So these are going to be important, these flags. We're going to have is reset, a reset flag, essentially true or false whether the application is reset. We're going to have time, this .time, and this is going to be set to null. I guess probably a better default would be, let's say 0, just because it's our time is going to be represented as a number, right? And so it makes sense to represent that as a number. We're going to have this .current letter index. So this is going to be very important pointer here, current letter index. And this is what I was trying to explain above a little bit. So the current letter index, we're going to increment this as we type or we go forward and backwards. And then we're going to index this array with this .current letter index. So when we want to get our current letter object, we're going to be incrementing this variable or decrementing it based on whether we go forwards and backwards within our text area, or whatever the text that we're typing, and we're going to be using this incrementer to get the correct objects as we do that. So very important pointer. We're going to have this correct keys typed, and this one is just going to be important for computing our accuracy. So once the application finishes, we need to know how many correct keys they typed, and that's going to be relative to the total amount of keys that they typed to solve for their accuracy. We're going to have this .keys typed, right? So this is going to be that denominator. So the correct keys typed divided by the keys typed, total keys typed, is going to give us the accuracy score. And keys typed, this means forward strokes, not backward strokes, so not backspaces. So these are just for metrics, essentially. We're going to have this dot keyboard, and this is an object, so we're going to make sure it's capitalized, and we're going to assign this to our keyboard object. So now we can access our keyboard whenever they do a keystroke. We can make sure that the keyboard fires, because remember, if they type a key up here, for instance, A, R, I, E, S, down here, the S and the D, or the R, I, E, S down here also have to fire, right? So we need access to our keyboard. And we're going to have our tiles. So here are going to be our tiles. And we're going to have this dot accuracy. Again, these are objects, so we want to make sure that we indicate that with a capital letter. Accuracy. Accuracy. Don't want to spell that wrong. And that's going to be accuracy tile object. We're going to have this dot words per minute, which is going to correspond to our words per minute tile object. We're going to have this dot time, this dot time, and that's going to refer to our time tile object. Awesome. So now we have access to our tiles. When the application finishes and they get done typing, we're going to want to manipulate these. We're going to first want to solve for these values, right? So we're going to compute them using these metrics here, or these instance variables that we've set up. And once we solve for those, we can then populate our accuracy, words per minute, and time tile objects with the correct data. Remember, within our tile class, we have methods that allow us to essentially inject whatever values we calculate into the tile values. So that's going to be very helpful. And then lastly, at the end of our constructor, when we instantiate our input class, we're just going to want to initialize our event listeners. So we're going to have a set event listeners method that we're going to implement in a second here. And we're also going to call our this.populate text. And the reason we do this is because when the page loads, as an example, if we load it here, you can see that immediately the text populates, right? And we're going to call that every time we reset right here. But we also want to call that on page load. And so right when our application loads, obviously, we want to populate this text field. So let's start implementing the methods that we need to implement. First, set event listeners. Set event listeners. And the first thing is we're going to create, we're going to reference our document object. We're going to call add event listener. And we're going to be listening for a key down stroke. Okay, key down. Nice. And if they, essentially, if a key down event occurs, so our document, this is going to refer to the entire document. I'm pretty sure document refers to the HTML element itself, right? So the highest up element in the DOM tree. And we want to listen for a key down stroke. So if they're on this app at all and they type, what's going to happen is this key down event is going to fire. When this key down event fires, what we want to do is we want to get our text area input, right? And we want to call the focus method. Now what this does, this is built into the text area input itself, right? This is just a method that is provided to us. What this does is this is going to make it so that our text area input is selected in. So as an example, like right here in our search bar of the browser, right now it's not focused, but if we click in it, right? Now you can see our cursor's in there blinking. This search bar is now focused, and now it can detect key down events, right? Now, if we were to not be within the search bar here, you can see that we can't type we can't register key down events because we're not focused on it. So what we need to do, and as we talked about briefly previously, is that not all elements in HTML can register key down events. Only certain text elements can register key down events. So essentially we have our text area input, which again is essentially just a text input field that is kind of hidden off screen. And when we detect a key down event on our entire document, we want to focus this element. And now, because this is focused, as an example, if they type right here, so like if I type S, you can see that now it's registering. And the reason that it's registering is because whenever we have a key down event, it is going to ensure that our text area input is focused. So hopefully that makes sense. And now we can call, or we can reference our text area input again here. And we're going to have an event listener, key down. And here we're going to call this .handle key down. So we're going to have to create this method, handle key down, and we're going to pass an e.key. and we're going to pass in our event object, right? So that's what this is, right? The event object. And the event object holds all sorts of interesting data. And so now our text area input, now that we have our text area input focused, it can listen for key down events and it will register key down events. So the text area input, it listens for a key down event. We get the event object. We reference the key. So this will be like, as an example, it could be A, or for spacebar, it's just space character, or it might be, I think for caps lock, it's caps lock with a capital S, right, or a capital C rather. And so it's literally just a string description of what key was pressed. And we pass this to our handle key down event. And so whenever a key down happens, we pass the key that was pressed to our handle key down event, and we're going to create that method in a second here. We're not going to create it right now, but or actually, yeah, we can create it right now. We might as well. So let's do this dot handle key down, because we can follow it in order. My bad. Handle key down. It's a method, not instance variable, or not a reference to our instance variable. And let's create this method. So we have handle key down. We're going to pass in to the parameter, or as a parameter, we're passing in key, right? Because remember, we have the key being passed in here. And now we're going to set a couple different things. We're going to have a couple different conditions that we check for. So we have if not this dot running, this dot is running, and not this dot is displaying results. One second. Okay, so it actually makes sense, yeah, just because this dot is displaying results, we're going to need context for knowing what that is. So it actually makes more sense for us to, we're going to finish our methods as we described, or as we're describing them here. So we have set event listeners, then we have populate text. We're also going to set reset, because that's going to be important. So we're going to set up populate text. We already set up this dot set event listeners. We'll set up this dot populate text after we set up reset, because reset will also provide some context that is going to be important for implementing handle key down, because as I talked about, we have this dot is displaying results, which has not been addressed yet. So let's get rid of these random items here. And so in reset, we're going to have this dot hide results. We're going to be calling this dot hide results. So reset is just resetting the application, right? So when we hit reset here, obviously you can see that, you know, our text goes away. We're going to have to reset certain items here: the amount of correct keys typed, the amount of keys typed, the current letter index. Obviously, we're going to have to reset all these things. We're going to have to repopulate with new text. So there's going to be a lot of different things we do here. So first we have this dot hide result, which we'll implement in a second here. But hide result simply will get rid of the tiles. So when we type here, let's finish this up real quick. You will see that the tiles come up. Now when we hit reset, we need to hide them, right? And so this method is going to be within our input class, and it will be responsible for making sure that those tiles get off screen. We're going to have this dot current letter index. We're going to set it back to 0. So we're at the beginning of our letter objects array, or pointing to the beginning of our letter objects array when we restart our application. This dot is running is going to be set to false. This dot is displaying results is going to be set to false. And this is going to be important because it's essentially just a state of our application. We're tracking different states, right? So there's a state where the application is running and you're typing, then there's a state where you're displaying the results, and then there's a state where it's reset. And so these are just flags. Some of these are just flags that we need for certain states of our application. We will see how they are applied. As an example, I was showing you how it's going to be applied here, but just know for now that when we reset, the results are not going to be displayed, right? So we set this dot is displaying results to false. And you can imagine when the results do display, we're going to be setting this to true. So now we have this dot start time. So this dot start time, and we're going to set this to null. And this dot end time. And up here I kind of explained how if our time is going to be saved as it's a date time field, but it's numerical nonetheless. So it actually makes sense for us to just set this to 0. And we'll set them both to 0, just so that they're numerical, just as we did here. And now we can set the, or these were not initialized above, but these are going to be important, right? So when the application starts, we have to register this.start time. When the application ends, we're going to register this.end time. The difference between these two is going to be the score that they get in terms of the amount of time that it took them, which is one of the tiles. And so those are going to be very important. We have this.correct keys typed, which I do think I initialized above. And this is going to be set to 0. This.keys typed is going to be reset to 0 as well. We're going to have this.word objects, and we're going to clear our array. We're going to have this.letter objects, and we're going to clear our array as well, right? Because we're populating new text, so we want to make sure that we completely clear these. We're going to reconstruct these letter objects and word objects every time we reset here. So we clear these arrays. The text area input, we're going to set the inner HTML to an empty string. And what this does is the text area input is the text area input is the, if I'm correct, that is it's our actual input field. And so we just want to clear out the entry that was within it. I think that this is relevant. For some reason, I was thinking that the application of this is for the actual white box where the text is located. Let me just check real quick. I remember that there was an application for it. So the text area input, that's in the top left, which makes me wonder whether it does have an application. I'm going to leave it because I do believe that it was probably, okay, so there it is. I typed this in wrong. I was like, what's going on here? The text area text. So the text area text, let's highlight it. The text area text is right here. And once we're done typing, not only do we need to get rid of the letter objects and word objects, which represent the items within the text area, we also need to completely remove them from the DOM itself. So we need to get rid of all of the contents that's within here, the divs and all the spans within the divs, and completely remove it. And the text area text, a way that you can do that in HTML or JavaScript is get the element and just set its inner HTML property to an empty string. And that's going to have the effect of clearing out any children that are within that element. So our text area text is going to have no divs within it, and it's going to have no letters within those divs. So it's going to clear everything down to the most nested child, if you will. And then lastly, we're going to call this .populate text, right? And populate text is going to be responsible for populating our text area with text. It's going to create the letter objects, the word objects. It's going to inject them into this white box here, and then the application is going to be ready to go. All right, and so the next thing that we're going to want to set up here is our start method. So start is going to hopefully provide a little bit more context. So we're going to have start here. Start. Whoops. And start is going to have, it's going to set this dot is running. To true. So this flag is going to be set to true. This dot is running because the application is running. We're going to have this dot is displaying results set to false because when the application initially starts, the tiles obviously are not being displayed, and so there's no results being displayed. And we're going to save this dot start time. And the start time is simply going to be assigned to new date. An instance, we're going to instantiate the date class. And when we do this, it's going to give us a reference that we can then compare to this dot end time at the end. And finding the difference between these two items is going to give the amount of seconds that have elapsed. So very important. And now we can make the corresponding stop method, which is going to be called at the end of our application when the typing is done. We're going to set this dot is running to false. This dot is displaying results is going to be set to true, right, because it's the end of our application. So we're going to populate the results on a screen. We're going to set this dot end time to new date, right? So now we have our second reference point, the end time when they finished. And we're going to call this dot show results. So remember, we called this dot hide results. Where was it at? When we call reset, we want to hide the results, right? So as an example, once they type, let's type real quick and finish this. The results will stay on screen until they hit reset. And when they hit reset, we're going to call this .hide result, right? And when they stop, we want to show the result. So the hide result and show result methods we are going to be creating. They're going to be instances, or they're going to be methods within our input class that we're building right now. But fairly straightforward what they do. We will get to them in time here. Okay, so now we have a very important method that we're going to build out, and this is populate text. So populate text is what is going to be responsible for choosing the random paragraph. It's going to be responsible for creating our letter and word objects. It's also going to be responsible for injecting the actual divs and spans within the document itself, which is going to show them within this white box. So it's going to be a very, very important method. Again, this is what we call right here, right when the application loads, right? Like right there, you can see it populating. We can even see it on the right there. And anytime we reset, we're also going to be calling this .populate text. So let's fill out this method. This is going to be quite involved, so definitely stay with me here. Or not quite involved. It's actually not that sophisticated, but it's definitely the method that it's definitely one of the methods in this class that you might have to stare at for a second just to fully internalize what's going on. But let's just make a paragraph, or let's make a variable within here called paragraph. So let paragraph, and we're going to assign this to our get random paragraph call. So remember, you can jump into JavaScript, or you can jump into the constants file here. Let's jump over. Get random paragraph simply chooses a random integer within the length of the paragraph, within the range of the integers that are indexes for our paragraph array, and then it splits it based on spaces. So it's going to generate a series of words from one of these strings here, and they are going to be separated based on spaces. Now if we go back here, so now we have our paragraph, which is an array of words, text words. So as an example, our paragraph will be something like this. Hello, I am Chad. That is true. Okay, and we're going to initialize time. Now time, this is just going to be a local variable. It's not, it doesn't have anything really to do with our start time and end time. All we're going to be using this for is to, if you notice that when we restart our application, you'll see how the text kind of goes on screen one after another, right? So like the first word populates and then it kind of runs across the screen left to right, and it gives a cool animation, almost like how ChatGPT works, where you type in a prompt and then you see the response populating line by line. So it's kind of neat. And the way that you do that in JavaScript is you use set timeout, and we're going to be using this time variable here, and we're essentially going to be drawing a character or a word on screen, and then once we draw that character on screen, or append it to our DOM, if you will, we're going to get our time variable, and we're going to do something like plus equals 25. And then when we call our set timeout method, it's going to make sure that the next set timeout call is queued for 25 milliseconds later in time. So then when the text is getting drawn on screen, you have, like, as an example, internal is going to be drawn on screen at a set timeout of 0 milliseconds. So it's going to be immediate. Whereas Solus is going to be, 25, 50, 75, 100, however many milliseconds after. And so that's what gives us this smooth animation. And each word is going to be, say, 25 milliseconds later in being drawn on screen. So we'll get to that at the bottom of this method, but just wanted to get that out of the way. So let's jump into our paragraph. Let's refer to it as paragraph, not paragraphs. It is a paragraph. And we're going to call the for each method. And within here, we're going to have a word. Remember, this is just a string word. Now, as we iterate through all of our words, the first thing that we're going to want to do is create our word object. And within our word object, whoops, I don't know why that is auto-correcting. It's quite frustrating. It's because these abbreviations here. And we're going to be passing in word. So within our word object, we create a new word object, an instance of our word class, and we pass in the word itself. Now we're going to create a set of letters from the word. So we're going to create a letters array. Sorry, my keyboard is a little bit unresponsive. It's giving me a hard time there, so I kind of having to battle the keys. That's why I'm mistyping. So we're going to have our word. So our word itself, again, is just a string here. It's a string that's within an array. And we can spread the letters out into an array. So in JavaScript, the spread syntax simply makes it so that we can get an array of letters. So it could be like, for instance, instead of hello, it would be H and then E and etc. So we're going to spread out all of the letters into an array, and we're also going to spread, or not spread, but we're going to add a space character. Now the reason that we do this is because each of the words in our application, if we highlight or we just hover over one of these words right here, you can see that this word is comprised of, in this case, it's polar. So it's going to be P-O-L-A-R, and then there's a space character, right? And that pushes the words apart. Obviously, we want to have a space between each word so that it's legible. And so what we do is we spread all of the letters of polar, in this case, into this letters array, and we add a space character at the end. And this is all going to be injected as letters in our letter objects array and also onto our screen here, right? Each word is going to have a extra space character after it. So that is why we add the space character at the end of our letters right here. Now let's traverse these letters. Remember, these are just string letters, so just a bunch of strings, one character in length. And let's traverse, or let's get each letter here. Now for each letter, so we have for each word out here, and then we have for each letter, we are going to create a letter object, similar to how we created a word object. So letter object. And we're going to create a new instance of our letter class, and we're going to pass in the letter. Awesome. Now, what we want to do, now that we have our word object and our letter object, we want to inject the letter object into the word objects. The word object itself, let's go to our word object class just so this is clear. Or our word class rather, not word object class. It has a letter objects array, and this is going to hold a series of letter objects. So now when we go back to our input, we want to grab our word object, insert letter, and we're going to put the letter object, right? So within our word class, let me just make sure here. So you can see that we have our insert letter method. It takes in a letter object and it adds the letter object to our letter objects array, right? And it also gets the word element and appends the letter object's letter element property. And so what this is the actual HTML, as we talked about. So the actual div within the document is appending the actual span that is saved in the letter object. The letter object has a property that references that span, and that is being appended to the word element that is actually in the DOM. So hopefully that makes sense. Now we have this.letter objects, this.letter objects, and we're going to push our letter object. So the letter objects, remember this letter objects array is what we're actually going to be traversing back and forth in, right, as the application runs here. So very important step here. We want to push our letter object into our letter objects array. Now, so this is a little bit of a nuanced point. We have the word object, and each word has the letters that it is responsible for, all the letters that are within the word itself. But then we have a letter objects array that is within our input class, and this is responsible for traversing forward and backwards through our application. So different uses, but both very important. When the application is running, this is going to be very important. The letter objects array that is within the input class itself. Now we are going to, outside of this where we create all of our letter objects and inject them where we need to into these two arrays here, we want to call this dot word objects, and we're going to push the word object. So again, we have our word objects array right here, and we're going to push a series of instances of the word class, right? Each word object. And now here is where we do the set timeout functionality that I was discussing previously. So we have set timeout. We're going to pass in a callback function, and we want this callback function to do the following. It's going to reference our text area input, or our text area text rather, and it's going to append the word object dot word element. So let's go through what's going on here for a second. So our word element is a actual HTML element. The word element here, if we look, is a div, right? And this div right here, word object dot word element, is being injected into this dot text area text. Now, if we look here, this is the text area text, right? So the text area text is comprised of a series of words. And so this is the point at which we're actually injecting the word object div, the word object word element, right, which is a word div, and it's being injected, it's being appended to the end of this dot text area text. So that should make sense, but very important point. So now this callback function is going to be called after a certain amount of milliseconds, and we will specify that right here. And remember, it's time. So we set time right here. Where's it at? Time. And now what we want to do is we want to call, let's actually check our console real quick just to make sure there's nothing crazy going on. We want to call, or we want to increment time by plus equals 25 milliseconds. So now each time an element, or a word rather, is injected into our text area text, we're going to wait 25 more milliseconds to inject the next word. So now if we hit reset, you can see we have that animation where each word is drawn on the screen one after another. So very neat. And obviously you can change this. So as an example, if I were to change this to, let's say 50, you can see it's very slow, right? So now they're getting drawn on very slow after. Now if I were to put it to 10, it would be almost instantaneous. So you can see just how fast that is going. And I found that 25 is a sweet spot. Obviously, you're welcome to change that as you wish. And now lastly, now we're done with the nested loop here. All we have to do is set this dot current letter object equal to this dot letter objects. This dot letter object 0. So essentially what we're saying is the current letter object that we're going to be using, that we're going to be manipulating, remember, because we're traversing back and forth in this letter objects array as they type, right? So the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we are initialized to the current letter object is equal to the first object in this array, right? And so as an example, right when our application starts, this is going to be equal to, in this case, P, right? And what it's going to be, remember, it's referencing a letter object. So the letter object itself is a representation of P within JavaScript. And that letter object has a reference to the actual letter element, right? The letter element right here, which is the span that's in the DOM. And we can manipulate it as such through all these different methods here. But either way, we need to save it right here into this instance variable current letter object. And second, we're going to have this dot current letter object dot add cursor. And now what this does is initially when the document loads, we need to, or initially when we populate the text, we want to add the cursor to the first letter. So in this case, the cursor, as we discussed, it's an absolutely positioned element that is set to the left of the current letter. So in this case, we want to add, we're going to call on our current letter object the add cursor method, and that's going to add a cursor to the left of, in this case, P, right? And so if we go back to, quickly we can jump over there. We have our current letter object, which is an instance of the letter class. We have the add cursor method. When we call add cursor, it creates a cursor through the template here, our cursor template, and it appends the cursor as a child of our letter element. So now if we jump over here, for instance, in our doc, and we look, let's go to the first word right here, and let's go within P. So here's P. If we open it up, you can see that we have our letter cursor. It has been appended within the letter itself as a child. And it's positioned absolutely relative to the letter itself, and it's positioned to the left, right? And now as we type, you can see, you're going to see now the cursor is right here. So the cursor is, which one is it? Don't try and hide. Let me just type a little more here. So here's our second word. We can go down here and this span. The letter cursor is within this span, right? Or yeah, this span. So there it is. And so the add cursor method is just going to initialize the cursor in the correct position for our application when it initially loads or when it's reset, because that's when the populate method is called, populate text method. All right, so that should be good for populate text. The next method that we are going to be implementing is our handle key down method, which is very important.
All right, so now we can move into what should be the final section of creating this application, our speed typing test. And there's a couple things that I did not realize when I finished the last section. There was a couple outstanding errors, and so we're going to address them right now. First and foremost, we use the letter and the word class, right? The word class is being used right here. The letter class is being used right here. First and foremost, the letter class starts with a capital L. So right here, this needs to be a letter with a capital L when we instantiate an instance of this class. So make sure to change that here. And then also we need to import these classes, word and letter. So let's scroll to the top real quick and let's import them. So that's going to be word. Import word from /word. And we can copy that down. And here we're going to have letter. All right, awesome. Now there's one other thing that I did not realize, but I did realize off camera, is that the getLetter template is not working correctly. So let's jump over to our letter class. The reason why it's not working correctly is because I put context. And really what you want to do is you want to query select the template. You want to get the content of the template. Then you can query select the items within the template and then clone that node that you query select here. But this is content, not context. So I apologize for that. I imagine that you guys caught that. But either way, look at that. So now you can see that our application now has the text. Obviously, there's no handle key down event or no handle key down method here, so we can't do anything yet. But as you can see, the text is populating. The reason that's happening is just because we're calling populate text when we instantiate our input, and within main, the entry point of our application, we are instantiating input, right? We're instantiating all of our classes, passing them into our input object. And so that's causing populate text to run because it's in our constructor, we're calling it. And that is making it so that we have text on screen. So nice, look at that. It seems like we're already well on our way. So now we can jump into the next method here. So you can see up here that we have a handle key down. Again, this error, but we're going to address that very soon here. I just got to see what is the next method. The next method is handle key down. So let's get right into it. So handle key down is the next method we're going to address here. And we're going to have a couple different conditions. And the reason why is because when keys run, or when keys are pressed, we have to know whether the key should be let through, if you will, and examined by the rest of our application. So first and foremost, we're going to check if the application is not running and the application is not displaying results, then we're going to run start. So essentially what's going on here is the application, if it's in the midst of running, so like as an example, let me bring up our other instance, our finished instance. Right now when we start typing, the moment we start typing, the application starts running, right? So we don't want to be able to start the application if it's already running. Moreover, we don't want to be able to start the application if the results are being displayed. So if we type here and we just finish the application real quick and get our tiles to pop up, you will see that we're displaying results. Now we can't start the application from this state. What needs to happen is the user needs to hit reset, and then once they hit reset, we're essentially going to set this dot is displaying results to false and this dot is running to false. And so now that we're in this state where there's no tiles and the text is reset, now we can start the application. So essentially the key down event, the application cannot start unless we're in this state here. So. And let's see, we need to pass in our key, right? Because if we go back to the top here, let's just scroll up briefly. We have e.key, the key. So the key down event, the text area input is listening for a key down. that event has a key associated with it, which, as we stated, could be A, could be a space, could be caps lock, whatever the key is. It's a textual representation of the key. That gets passed into this method, the handle keydown event. Handle keydown event, just to briefly explain it, we're essentially, like I said, we're putting a bunch of guard conditions and starting conditions, and then once these are processed, we can pass it off to a second method called check input, which is going to essentially be responsible for checking whether they type the right key and handling all that logic. So yeah, let's keep moving on here. So now we understand, what does this condition look for? Now we have a second condition, and this one is going to be if this dot is running. This dot is running, and this dot current letter index is less than this dot letter objects. My L key is not being responsive for some reason. This dot letter objects dot length -1, right? Because there's an off by 1 because of the indexing. Then we're going to call this dot check input key, and this is going to be the or this dot check input rather. This is going to be an important method that we implement after this. So again, handle key down is like a bunch of guard conditions, and then if the key event gets sent through, it's going to go to check input. So now what is this condition checking for? 1 second. It seems like I made some syntax error here. I think that should go. Okay, so what's happening here is if the application is running, right? If the application is running, it's going to get past this condition, this first one. And what's going to happen is assuming that the current letter index is less than the length of our letter objects array, then we're going to check the input. Now, the reason that we want to do that is because, or essentially what this means is that we are not at the end of typing here. So if we go back to our finished application here, as we're typing, if it's running and the current letter index, which in this case is, let's say, whatever, 20, is less than the letter objects.length, which is going to be all of the characters, right? So let's say that this is, who knows, 80 or 90 or 100 characters, then we're going to pass the key input through, right? Otherwise, if our current letter index is equal to the length of the letter objects array, that means we're at the last letter. So as an example, if we just type real quick and get to the end here, as we get to the end, we want to check if we get to this last, in this case, a period, and we type, then we want the application to register that the game is over, if you will. So that is going to be the next condition. This says if we're running and we still have more to type, then pass the key input through, and let's check what input they actually pressed. And now here's going to be our second condition. This is going to say if this dot is running, and this dot current letter index equals this dot letter objects dot length, this dot letter objects dot length -1, because remember we want to make sure that we catch it once they type the period. Right at that point, the last character in our letter objects, we want it to trigger the end of the application state right then, right? We don't want them to have to press another character. We want it to register right when the cursor gets past the last character, if you will. And now what we want to do here is we want to say this dot stop. And it looks like, again, we're tossing some type of error. Let's just check. I'm not sure why I continue to add those extra parentheses, but either way, we have this last condition. So now if they get to the end of the letter objects array, then we can end the application. When we call this dot stop, I think we already implemented this method. Let's go up there. You can see that we set this dot is running to false. This dot is displaying results to true. We register our end time, and then we want to show our results. So very easy to kind of track what's going on there. Essentially just changing the state variables of our application, getting the time, and then making sure that our tiles populate normally with the correct results. So now that we have this, we essentially have, they can start the application. If the application's running, then pass it through and let's check what key they actually inputted, see if it's correct or not. Or the application's over, in which case we can simply stop the application. So now, if the key gets through, let's create this method, right? Very important method. that is going to be called check input. So let's get this going here. So first and foremost, we're going to take in our key, right? Because we're passing it through here, passing it down the chain of methods here. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to check for invalid key inputs. And we're going to check if ignored keys.includes key, then we're going to return. And actually, we don't need to use the curly braces. We can just do this in line here, return. Just looks a little better there. And essentially, this is just, all this is doing is it's going into our ignored keys, which we can go to constants right here. Ignored keys is shift and caps lock. The reason we want to ignore them, again, is because when the individual, as an example, if you type shift right now, like in our application, let's see, the first letter here, let's restart, is uppercase P, right? So you want them to be able to hit caps lock or shift before they type P, obviously. And you don't want it so that when they type shift or caps lock, it registers that they type P incorrectly, right? That wouldn't make sense. So with that in mind, we immediately return if they type caps lock or shift. Those keys we aren't going to check for. We want to just essentially ignore those keys, right? Now there's a second condition, and this is going to be if key equals backspace. So now we have the backspace condition. So there might be keys that are ignored, and there's also a backspace condition. So in JavaScript, when you press backspace, it registers in the event.key value. Where's it at? E.key. This will be listed as uppercase B backspace. And so if they hit backspace, obviously we're going to be treating that differently than if they type a key, a forward stroke, if you will, a forward keystroke. And what we're going to do is we're going to call this dot set last key, and then we're going to return. And I actually think that I think it would actually be, I'm pretty sure a tasteful way to go about doing this would just do return this dot set last key, because we're not necessarily returning anything relevant to the calling method here. But nonetheless, we're returning and we need to call this method. So I think this is actually a slightly better way to do it. Nonetheless, we're calling this dot set last key. Now this is going to be a method that we implement. And I'm just going to go below here and just type it so there's no errors that pop up. So we have set last key, and I'm not going to fill it out, but I'm just going to get it here, declare it. And so this is going to be responsible for essentially handling moving backwards within our letter objects array and making sure that those changes are reflected on screen. So as an example, quickly, if we type here, when we hit backspace, you can see that if it's black or blue, the letter, it goes back to its original state, and the cursor moves backwards as well, right? And then if they hit backspace and they're at the first character, they can't go backwards anymore. So yeah, that's going to be something we implement in a second here, but either way, that's our second condition. So backspace input, or let's say backspace handle. Now we can move on to the next item, which is going to be incrementing this.key is typed. So remember, the condition here makes sure that we catch any backspaces. So that means that the keys that get through are going to be forward strokes, right? So all of the letters on the keyboard, as well as some of these special characters right here, things like the comma, period, forward slash, semicolon, etc. So, or the colon. And so with that in mind, we want to, or as I was stating, we essentially want to register the keys type. The reason that's going to be important is because when we solve for the accuracy, we need to be able to know the amount of keys that they typed and then the amount of keys that they typed correctly, right? And so we don't know if they typed the key correctly yet, but we do know that they typed a key that is going to be counted in the total score of keys typed. Next, we are going to set the important conditions right here. This is going to be checking whether they typed the key correctly. So this is going to be important to understand what's going on here. It'll be a little bit more clear what's going on in a second, but the current letter index, this current letter index, is how we index our current letter objects array, right? Or my bad, our letter objects array. So here we have this letter objects, right? And we're indexing it.
And this is just giving us our first letter object, right? But each time we index our letter objects array, it's going to be with current letter index. And so we are always going to have the current letter object stored in this .current letter object, right? So this .current letter object .letter. So remember, within the current letter object, or each letter object, if we go to our letter class, letter stores the text string of that letter, right? So it's just, in this case, the letter is A, it's just going to store A, right? So when we call this .current letter object .letter, we're simply accessing that letter property of the letter class. And we want to make sure that, or we want to check whether the key is equal to that letter. If so, we know that our current letter object's letter is equal to the key that they typed, indicating that they typed the key correctly. So now we're going to have this .current letter object, and we're going to call set correct. Now let's look at this again. So we have current letter object .set correct. So we're calling the set correct method on our letter instance. Let's go down to set correct. You can see that we're removing letter incorrect and we're adding letter correct. Now these CSS classes are going to, or I guess they're HTML classes, but either way, these classes correspond to the correct and incorrect colors, right? So if we type here, we have black and blue respectively, based on whether they typed it correct or incorrect. And yeah, so these are going to be applied when we call set correct. And the inverse is going to be true when we call set incorrect, which we're going to do in a second here. So the key is typed correctly. We call this .current letter object .set correct. The next thing that we're going to want to do is we need to reflect it on the keyboard, right? So if they type the keyboard, right now we're just pressing S repeatedly, you can see that our key is being pressed. So now we have to make sure that our keyboard also registers this input. So let's go with this .keyboard object. We're going to call trigger key. We're going to pass in true. And we're going to pass key.to lowercase. And we just do key2 lowercase. I think there was an instance in which I just wanted to normalize the data, or it helped in one instance. So either way, we're just getting the key, which is a text. Remember, the key is just like A, B, or C, or whatever it is. It's just a text representation of the key. We're setting it to lowercase, and we're passing in true. Now, the reason we're passing in true is because the key was typed correctly. So let's look over in our keyboard object and see what's happening in our trigger key method, just so we can continue to track what's going on here. Not keyboard.css. So within trigger key, we have correct key, which, remember, this was true, and in this case, it could be true or false. And then we have the key itself. Now, remember, if the key is a space here, we want to change it to the text space. And the reason why is because within our HTML, we have the space key saved with space, right? That's the actual text that's within the key itself. So we just essentially normalize it so that what JavaScript fires as like a space character will just actually be transformed into the text SPACE. Then we check if the key object has this key, so the key that they typed. If it doesn't have it, rather, then we just return, right? So a key that could get through is, like, as an example, I had to think about what keys could get through, but either way, this is a guard condition that essentially says if the key that they typed is not within our key objects, then we want to return. And the keys that are within our key objects, remember, it's just a lowercase representation of all of these. Space obviously is a word. But either way, we just want to make sure that the key is present within our key objects array. If it is present, so it gets past this condition, then we're going to index, or we're going to pass the key in as the key for our key objects array here. Or key objects would be it's actually interesting because it's this .key objects is an array representation. It makes you wonder, one second. Let me check my keyboard real quick. Right, so key objects, right, that makes sense. So key objects is not an array. I apologize for that, but this is actually an object, right? Because we are using the key itself, which again could be A. We're using that as a key to this .key objects object. So then we call trigger key. The reason we do that is because these are key objects. And if we go down to our key class, let's go down here. This also has a trigger key method of its own. right? And that I'm going to refrain from explaining it. I explained it before, but either way, we're passing it down kind of the chain of command here. And again, we pass correct key and key, right? So now we can go back to input. And so we've triggered the key on the keyboard, and the keyboard is going to, in this case, because we passed true, it's going to register that the key should be black when they type. So as an example, if I type ALKS, you can see that the keys are black as I type them because I'm typing them correctly here. Now the last thing that we have to do if they type correctly is, let's check. The last thing we have to do is set this dot correct keys typed to itself +1. This dot correct key is typed ++. So they typed it correctly. We need to increment the correct amount of keys typed, and this value as well as the this dot keys typed are going to be important for computing the accuracy as we discussed briefly before. Now for the second condition, it's essentially just going to be the same but opposite here. So this dot current letter object dot set incorrect. Now this is going to make the key or make the letter on screen be the color blue because they typed it incorrectly. Again, there it is. And also we're going to have to set this dot keyboard object dot trigger key. In this case, we're going to pass in false because they typed correctly, or incorrectly rather. And we're going to pass in key dot to lowercase again, right? So the key and the keyboard is going to be blue, right? So now you can see that the text is blue up here and the key itself is blue. So we should be good to go there. I apologize if you can hear the car outside. There's someone revving their engine at the light, which is not very far from my apartment here. But there we go. So now we have pretty much the bulk of the check input method done. There's one last thing that we need to check for, and this is going to be this dot set next key. And so essentially, if they typed a key that was a forward stroke and it was a forward stroke, it wasn't one of the ignored keys, it gets through all of this, it's either correct or incorrect, then the last thing we need to do is to move to the next key within our array and within the letters on screen, obviously the corresponding letters. So this dot set next key. Now again, I'm going to define this method. All right. So now we can make our set next key and set last key methods, which are going to be very important. So the set next key method isn't too complex. All we're going to do here is we're going to set this dot current letter object. And we're going to call the remove cursor method. Now again, for the sake of brevity, I'm not going to jump into the current letter object and explain this. I imagine you guys can jump over there and you'll be able to see it. It's a pretty simple method. We're essentially just making it so that the cursor is removed from the letter object. Remember, the cursor is a span element or div that is within the letter itself, within the HTML tree. So we remove the cursor from the current letter object. Then we need to decrement, or no, this is the next key method. So this is next key. So this dot current letter index ++. So now that we have removed the cursor from the current letter object, we can increment our current letter index. Now we need to get our next letter object. So this dot current letter object equals this dot letter objects. Dot letter objects. This dot current letter index. Right, so again, we have our incrementer that indexes our letter objects array. Now we have our next current letter object. So this is the previous current letter object. Previous, we remove the cursor, we increment our current letter index, we get the next letter object from our next letter, or we get the next letter object from this array here, from our letter objects array. And now we have it in this dot current letter object. Now, as you'd expect, we're going to add the cursor to this letter.
And the reason that we're removing and adding the cursor in this way, just as a reminder, is because the cursor is actually positioned relative to each letter. It's actually just to the left of each letter. All right, so that wraps up our setNextKey method. We essentially remove the cursor, increment our index, get our next letter object, add the cursor to the next letter object. Now we can do our setLastKey, which is in many ways the same as the setNextKey method, but slightly different. So it's going to be this dot current letter index. Or we're going to check if this dot current letter index is greater than 0. Remember, we can't set the last key if we're already at 0. So if they backspace all the way to the first letter here, like as an example, if we type and we go backspace, 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 right here, we can't allow a backspace to go through anymore. And so we need to create a guard condition. We want to make sure that the current letter index is greater than 0. Otherwise, it's just going to go here, right? And nothing's going to happen. So if we enter this, we know that they can actually backspace. And so let's set this condition here, or let's set the correct properties that we need to set here. So this dot current letter object. Now from the current letter object, in this case, we're going to remove the cursor, just like we did above here. Remove cursor. Then we're going to get this dot current letter index, and we're going to decrement it. Right, we're moving backwards. So here we remove the cursor and move forwards. Here we remove the cursor and we move backwards. Now again, we're going to reset our current letter object to this dot letter objects, indexing it with our current letter index, this dot current letter index. Now that we have our previous letter object, because we decremented this variable, we got our previous letter, right, the letter before the current one. Now we can add the cursor to this one. This dot current letter object dot add cursor. And now the last thing we need to do is set this dot current letter object dot set untyped. Now this method, again, set untyped, is going to be responsible for making sure that the key, let's actually just jump over the current letter, or the letter instance here. Or my bad, the letter class. Set untyped, where's it at? Set untyped is going to remove the letter incorrect and correct classes, right? We don't know which one is actually applied to the letter, right? Like as an example, in this case, there's some black letters and some blue ones. Either way, when we hit backspace, we want to make sure that the letter is not black nor blue, right? It just needs to be in its gray state here. And so we just remove both classes to be sure. And that's what the set untyped method does, right? Because when we backspace, we have to get rid of those colors. So now all we have to do, or not all we have to do, but the next thing we have to do is set our calculate words per minute. And with that in mind, I just want to take a moment to say that we have gotten pretty much the entire logic of the program done. It's very far along here. Now let me just check some bugs here. It looks like current letter object .set incorrect is not a method. So let's just make sure that we implemented everything correctly here. Let's go back to letter. So set incorrect is right here. It looks like we did not capitalize the I, which I do want it to be camel case. All right, so now let's check again. Undefined cannot read properties of undefined reading trigger key at input.checkInput. Let me just check real quick. So it looks like our keyboard object is not being passed in correctly. Let me just log that real quick just to make sure. Let's see. It looks like it's undefined, so that means that our keyboard object is not being passed through correctly. Let's just scroll up and see what's going on here. Keyboard object is here. So this dot keyboard, right? So we actually just have it say it's not keyboard object, it's actually this dot keyboard that we're looking for. So my apologies for that. Let's go down and fix that real quick. I imagine some of you had already caught that, but either way, let's fix that, this dot keyboard. All right, now let's see. So as you can see, oh, hello. This dot add cursor is not a, so it actually might be set cursor. Let me just see, set cursor. This dot set next key. So that's set cursor. Let me just check this. It's going to be not this dot set cursor. Jesus. It's going to be, let's go over to our letter. It is add cursor. I think I just had this dot set, this dot set cursor, or this dot add cursor. Obviously that's not going to work. We need it to be the current letter object. My apologies for that as well. Let's see what other errors. All right, awesome. So now you guys can see that. Look at this. We now have more or less a functioning application. Now, I apologize, there was some errors in there. It's hard for me to track everything when I'm recording these, but nonetheless, as you can see, we have this thing in motion. Now we just have to polish it up here. So now that we have these methods in place, we pretty much have the core functionality of the application done. Right now we just have to calculate the words per minute, the accuracy, the time taken, and we need to show our results as well as hide our results when needed. So we're in the final stretch here. So let's get to it, and I promise we're almost done. So next thing is going to be calculate words per minute. Now the calculate words per minute function is not that involved, but nonetheless it's a little bit longer than the ones that we're going to be creating subsequent to it, which are just other tiles. So first things first, within our calculate words per minute function, we're going to have let correct words. Now, as we calculate words per minute, initially we're going to have 0 correct words, right? Because we haven't done any calculation, and we're going to increment this as we find correct words. So let's get to it. So first things first, we're going to iterate through our word objects. So we're going to do let I equal 0. I is less than this dot word objects dot length I plus plus. And we're going to have, so we're just traversing through all of our word objects. Remember, each word object is a class, instance of the word class, and it has a letter objects array within it, each instance of all the letters that it essentially owns, all the letters within the word itself. So let's just look real quick. We have word objects. These word objects have letter objects, and these letter objects are instances of the letter class, right? So there's kind of this hierarchy here. So we're traversing through our word objects. And the first thing that we want to do is we want to declare typed correct. And we're going to set it to true initially. So we essentially assume that they typed the word correctly. And then we're going to check whether that's a correct assumption. The next thing we're going to define is let word object. And this is going to be this dot word objects I. Word objects I. So essentially here we're just, as we traverse through, as we iterate through this loop, I is going to be set to an index, and we're going to be indexing our word objects. We're pulling the word object out of this array. Now we're going to get our letter objects, and our letter objects are going to be the word object. So here the word object dot letter objects. So again, I don't want you guys to get confused, so I'm just going to take a brief moment to explain this again, but essentially, the word object has a series of letter objects. Where's it at? Word object has a series of letter objects. These are instances of the letter class. Letter instances. We go into letter. Each letter has the span, the letter that it actually has on screen. It has the text that is the letter, etc. And so essentially what we're doing is we loop through each word, and then once we loop through each word, we want to get each letter object from within that word, because we need to check these letters for whether they're correct type, whether they are typed correctly or they're typed incorrectly. So now that we have the letter objects, which is an array, right? It's a series of letters for that word. We want to traverse through those letters. So let's do another loop here. Let j equal 0. J is less than letter objects dot length j plus plus. Now let's get the letter object, right? So we're going to pull out from our letter objects array. We want to index it with j rather. And we want to get our letter object out of there. Now what we want to do is get the letter itself, which is going to be the letter object dot letter. Again, we have the actual text letter saved in this property, so this could be A or B or something. It's the actual letter. Now, the one condition we want to check, this is something that I brought up earlier, is we're going to say if not punctuation or space dot includes letter. And I'll explain this in a second, so just bear with me for a second here. And not letter object dot is correct. So let's look at this condition here. And then we're going to set, within here, we're going to set typed correctly equals false. Typed correct. Okay, I was really typing those R's there. Typed correct equals false. Now let's go over what we're doing here. So first and foremost, when we type our letters, let's go over here. What you'll see is that the words were our words were split originally based on spaces. So if we jump into our DOM here, let's look at the word blue. If we click on blue here, you can see that we have B, L, U, E, and then a period. And then we also have a space, right? So we need to ignore this period. If they type B, L, U, E correctly, and they type the period incorrectly, we still consider blue to be typed correctly. That word is typed correctly. And so, but remember that that letter, or that period, is part of this word. So when we get all of our letter objects when we get our letter objects from our word object, part of the letter objects within that word are going to have punctuation at the end of each word. And we want to, or at the end of each sentence rather. For instance, someone here is going to have a comma after it. And we don't want to consider that. We want to just consider the letters within the word when we are considering whether they typed it correctly or incorrectly. And so essentially we're saying, if it's punctuation, if the letter itself is punctuation, then we can skip that. We're not going to, if they type a punctuation, if the punctuation is incorrect or it's punctuation at all, we're just going to ignore that because that's not a letter. And so if it is punctuation, or if it's not punctuation, so it essentially insinuating that it is a letter, and the letter object dot is correct is false, right? Because this is negation. So we're saying that it's incorrect. Then that means that it is typed, the type correct Boolean goes to false. So in this case, we're saying it is not a punctuation, so it is a letter, and it is not correct. Because again, if we go to letter object dot is correct, we're essentially just checking whether the letter element has the class letter correct, which means that essentially it was typed and it would be represented in black on our DOM here. That would mean that they typed it correctly, right? And so if it is not correct and it is not a punctuation, then we know that the word was typed incorrectly. Therefore, we can set typed correct to false, and we're going to put a break statement. The reason we're going to do that is because if it's typed incorrectly, then we might as well break out of this inner loop. We don't want to do extra computation. So we set typed correct to false and we break out of the loop. Now that we've broken out of this loop here, let's check whether they typed it correctly. And the way that we're going to do that is we are going to say correct words plus equals typed correct. Now this might not make sense. This is a Boolean value. So if you don't know, essentially 1 is considered to be true or truthy. So this is true. And then 0 is considered false. And so if we have, and the opposite is true. So if you have true here, as an example, right now we have true, then this is going to be equal to 1. So true equals 1. And false equals 0. So if we set typed correct to false, then when we do correct words plus equals typed correct, it's actually going to add nothing to correct words, which is what we would want. If they typed it incorrectly, then we're not going to increment the amount of correct words that we had, right? But if it's true, then we will add 1 because typed correct will be set to true. It will remain true because this condition will never be hit, indicating that we successfully got through all of these letter objects. They typed them all correctly, right? Because they were all set to is correct, and they were all not, and all the letters that were not punctuation were set to is correct. Then we know they typed the word correctly. And that means this is going to be true. True evaluates to 1. So correct words is going to add a 1. It's not going to add true or false, obviously. And if it's false, again, it's going to be 0. So this is how we register the amount of correct words. Hopefully that made sense. It's just a more tasteful way. Like as an example, we could do this if we could say it like this, like if typed correct equals true. I think in Python it's 2. If typed correct equals true, correct words plus equals 1. You could do something like that, but this is essentially a less tasteful way to go about it. It's more tasteful to use this. Okay, now we know how many correct words we have, which is essentially all we were doing here. We just wanted to calculate the amount of correct words that we had. Now we can actually calculate the words per minute and return it to the calling function. So let's go down here. We're going to say let time taken seconds. And time taken seconds is going to be equal this.calculate time. Now, this is not a method that we have made yet. We're going to make it in a second. It's just going to be a utility function. It's going to be quite basic. But essentially, calculate time taken is going to give us the time in seconds that the individual took to type here. So like, let's say it took them 20 seconds or something. It's going to return 20. Now, we're going to define words per minute. Now, words per minute is going to be equal to correct words divided by our time taken divided by 60. Now, the reason we want to do that is because essentially what you want to do here is, let's say that the time taken, let's say the amount of words, let's say the correct words were 60, right? They typed 60 words correct. 60 words correct. And then let's say the time taken in seconds was 60, right? Well, 60 seconds taken, right? So we get our 60 seconds and we divide it by 60, which is, dividing it by the amount of seconds in a minute, and we get 1, right? Okay, so it took them 1 minute to type 60 words. So what was their words per minute? It was 60 words per minute, right? 60 words per minute. So essentially all we're doing is we're converting our time taken in seconds to minutes. So as an example, if this was like 30 seconds, then it would be 0.5. It would be half a minute. And we divide correct words by the amount of minutes, expressed as 1.2, 2.3 for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 2.3, 2.5 for 2 minutes and 30 seconds, etc. So hopefully that makes sense. And then lastly, we're going to have words per minute rounded. And this is essentially just formatting. We just want to make sure that the return that we give to the calling method is formatted correctly. So let words per minute rounded equal math.round. And we're going to pass in words per minute and set it to, and set it to 1. So essentially we're just rounding it to 1 decimal place. And we're going to return words per minute rounded. All right, so we return words per minute rounded. So if we calculate words per minute, we calculate the amount of words they got correct. Then we use that to calculate the words per minute, right? And we return that. Now we're going to call this when we're trying to display the values of our tiles, right? So if we go here, right as we type the last key here, let's get to the end of the application, or the end of our this instance of the application here, or this run. We type, right when we type, we're going to want to call these methods, calculate these values. They're going to return the correct values, and then we're going to inject them into our tiles, right? So calculate words per minute as 1. We need to calculate accuracy, and we also need to calculate time. So this was the big one. It was much harder than the other ones, and so now we can get into the simpler ones. This next one is going to be calculate accuracy. Now here, what we're going to do is we are going to define let accuracy %. And this is going to be this.correct keys typed. Correct keys typed divided by this.keys typed. And we're going to multiply that by 100. So we're turning it into a percentage here. So remember, we have how many keys did we type correctly? How many total keys did we type? Forward keystrokes, right? That's going to give us a ratio, multiply by 100, or it's going to give us a decimal value. We're going to multiply by 100 to turn it into a percentage. So now we have the accuracy of their typing represented as a percent here. The next thing that we're going to want to do is say we're going to get our accuracy rounded. We need to get rid of trailing decimal points so it looks a little better. Math.round accuracy percent. And I'm pretty sure by default this rounds it to 0 decimal places. So if you don't pass in a second value here of say 3 or 4 or 1, it's going to round to 0 decimal places, right? So if you look here, we have a 6% accuracy. We don't want it to be 6.2 or 6.7. So we just round it to 0 decimal places. Now the last thing we have to do is just give it a little bit of formatting. So accuracy formatted. And all we're really going to do here is we're going to get accuracy rounded. And we're going to add a percent to the end of it. So now when we pass it back to the method that calls this, or when we pass it back to the caller of this method, it's already going to be formatted. They're not going to have to do any work here. And lastly, we return accuracy formatted. So quickly to go through what we did here, we essentially got our accuracy, calculated it, multiplied it by 100 to get the percentage. We round it to 0 decimal places. We add a percentage sign to the end of it, and then we return it. So very simple. And the same is true for calculate time taken as well as our show and hide result methods. So let's finish these up and we are going to be done. The application should run. There might be some errors because I'm always, typing a little crazy, but either way, we'll handle those if the time comes. But let's finish this out here. Our last tile method. Calculate time taken. So remember, this was a method that we called in words per minute here. Where's it at? Calculate words per minute. We actually use this method. And it's going to be very simple. All we're going to do is we're going to return this.end time minus this.start time. And you could scroll up in the application. These are essentially just values that we set when the application starts and when the application ends. And lastly, we're going to divide by 1000. The reason why we want to do this is because it's going to be represented in milliseconds, right? And so we divide by 1000 here. And that's all we have to do for that method. So very simple. And lastly, or next, we want to create our show results method. Show results. Now here, this is going to be essentially utilizing all these functions here. So show results, let's scroll back up real quick. Show results happens when we call this.stop. The application stops, show the results. First things we're going to do is we're going to get our words per minute. The way that we're going to do that is to let words per minute equal this.calculate words per minute. We're going to have accuracy, so let accuracy equal this dot calculate accuracy. We're going to have time, which is going to be this dot calculate time, or rather, we're going to call math.round here, the math.round function, and we're going to pass in this dot calculate time taken to get the amount of time that they took to type here. We're going to round it to 1, and then once we round it to 1, we're going to add an S. So again, I can show you how this looks in our final copy here. When we finish typing, we calculate our time and then we just append an S to the end of it. So here we want to calculate the time taken, round it to 1 decimal place, then we get math dot, and then we get our result. We append it to the S, and that gives us this formatted string here. And this does not have to be a capital A, it's not an object. And now all we have to do is display these results. So the way that we do that is we have a display result method within each of our tiles, each of our tile instances. So remember, we have this.words per minute. If we scroll up here, this.accuracy, this.words per minute, this.time. These all have, let's go to our tile class, they all have the display result method and the hide result method. This has a clever little trick with set timeout to give it a cool animation where they all come on screen at slightly different times. I'm going to refrain from explaining it, but because we talked about it earlier, but if you don't understand what's going on there, I advise you to either rewind the video or just check out these methods for a second, and I think that you'll be able to understand what's going on pretty easily. So first things first, this.words per minute, this is an instance of our tile class. Whoops, we're going to say display result. Words per minute, and we're going to pass in 0. So we're saying display the words per minute, inject this into our tile, display it, and put it on screen in 0 milliseconds. Now we're going to have our accuracy tile, and this one is going to display accuracy. Now for our accuracy, we wanted to display it in 50 milliseconds. And lastly, we're going to have our time tile, which is going to be displayed in 100 milliseconds. And again, just to show you, because I can show you the reverse when we call this dot hide results, which is going to be our next method here. You see that when I hit reset, you're going to see that this tile, the time tile, goes away first, then the accuracy tile, then the words per minute tile. So gives it a cool animation. But essentially that's what this is doing, the opposite, right? So when we do show results, it's putting them on 0 seconds or 0 milliseconds, 50 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds later. And then when we do hide results, it's going to be the opposite. So that's all we have to do there. We show our results. Now, once they hit reset on the application, again, if we go up here and we look at our reset method, we want to hide our results, right? That's the first thing that we do when they finish the application, or when they reset the application, if you will. So call this dot words per minute, or access this dot words per minute, which has our words per minute tile, and we're going to call hide result. In this case, we're going to pass in 100 milliseconds. For our accuracy tile, we're going to pass in 50 milliseconds, and for our time tile, we're going to pass in 0 milliseconds. So we're doing it in reverse, right? So first, when we show the results, we display words per minute first, and 0 milliseconds, then accuracy, then time. Here we do it opposite, right? So let's check that out just to show you. So you're going to see that the tiles come on screen left to right, and they leave the screen when we hit reset from right to left. So they come on left to right, and we hit reset. They go off right to left. So there we go. Now we are completely done. That should be it, assuming that there's no errors. So let's give it a spin here. Oh my lord, there's no errors, no errors. Okay. Bears are big. White bears, come on now. B-E-A-R-S, that live in the cold parts of the world. Like the North Pole. And there it is, everyone. Oh, wait a minute. What? We don't have the S here. Why do we not have the... Oh, because we pass in words per minute twice here. This should be time. Jesus. That ruined our grand finale here. Please, let me copy this. My computer's running a little slow here. Stop. This dot hide result is not a function. Whoops. This dot reset hide result. So I guess that it should be, maybe that'll work. So either way, we type. We're going to get 0 words per minute here because I'm typing all the words wrong. All right, so our words per minute are 0. As I said, you have to type the words correctly for them to be counted. Our accuracy is 3%, which is very bad, and it took us 10 seconds to do that. So overall, horrible results, but we can see that it worked, right? So our tiles came on screen. Everything's working fine. If we hit reset, look at that. We reset it. We get a different paragraph, usually, right? can select the same one twice unintentionally. And let's just run it one more time to make sure everything's working fine. Let's make sure, let's actually try and type some of these words correctly so that we can make sure our words per minute is being calculated correct. All right, words per minute is 24. So as you guys can see, the application is running a-okay. That wraps it up, guys. Originally, like I said, it was just a weekend project that I wanted to put together, but I thought it would make for a great tutorial, and I'm glad that I made this video. It has been pretty long. I haven't checked how long it's going to be, obviously, but if you have made it this far, respect to you. Thank you for staying along for the ride, and make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Stay tuned for future videos. I'm going to be doing more tutorials, more landing pages, building them out in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React. Like I said, landing pages, responsive design, full stack applications with React and Node, and other mini projects like this. So yeah, stay tuned for future videos, and I will see you guys next time.